Good evening, everybody, and welcome. Kingsman Baseball on the Penn. I'm James Mason, and it's a nice night to play to, and a great night we could have here. The NIC will be decided tonight as the number 1 Class 4A Penn Kingsmen take on the number 2 Class 3A South Bend St. Joe Huskies. Penn sitting atop the NIC at 11-0, needing just one win to clinch the NIC here in 2 games, but St. Joe looks to take that away from them as the Huskies enter at 10-1 in conference play. If they can sweep the Kingsmen here in these 2 games, they will take home the conference crown. And since all these games have been rescheduled, St. Joe, they'll be the home team on the scoreboard in Game 1. Penn will be home for Game 2. And Penn looking to clinch their 11th NIC title in a row. At least a tie or outright win. They only had one tie. That was back in 2021. That was with Mishawaka Marion. I don't know if anyone remembers that, but it was quite the end of the season. Marion, they lost to... Penn beat Jimtown, and Marion lost to Glenn on the last day of the season. So that was back when there were the North, South, and East, West divisions. So just a little bit ago, not too long ago. But it was quite the end of the season. Coach Dykus looking for his 23rd conference title. And we'll go ahead and get into the lineups. Penn will be the home team, or not the home team. They'll be the away team. They'll be batting first. They'll lead off with River Pacina in center field, Braden Plamer at shortstop, Mason Braun at first base. Will Barnes is not in the lineup. Barnes is serving a 1-game suspension for that collision at home against New Prairie on that Wednesday night game that got rescheduled. Gavin Taylor will bat after, Ben Harford will bat after Braun. Gavin Taylor after Hartford. He's in left field. Dawson French is pitching and batting today. And Dalton Zultansky batting 7th. He's designated hitter tonight for Brody Cashin. Kaiden Horvath is catching and batting 8th. And Kyler Kazmarski rounds out the order. He's in right field tonight. For South Bend St. Joe, they've got Joe Washburn leading off. A.J. Lasain batting 2nd. Owen Balent at batting 3rd there. And Owen Fuda batting 4th. Josiah Gustine is batting 5th. Brady Langanger is batting 6th. Franco Biffle is batting 7th. James Cini, he's batting 8th. And Dallas Downey rounds out the order. Jacob Snider is on the mound tonight, and he has been the ace for St. Joe this year. And he has got a 1.16 ERA, 8-0 in 11 games played. And it's going to be a challenge for these Kingsmen hitters. We've got a second umpire here. He just showed up. Good to see that. We didn't know if we were going to have a second umpire. But we do when he gets here just in time. So about to go, Jacob Snider is on the mound tonight for the Huskies. He'll be dueling against Dawson French, who's on the mound for the Kingsmen. It's time to start things off in what you may call the NIC Conference Championship. Owen Balent behind the dish. Jacob Snider on the mound for the Huskies. Leading off, it's River Pacina. We are ready to go. First pitch coming up right now. Pacina stands in against Snider, and we're underway. First pitch swinging, and it's popped foul out of play, 0-1. You see there on the scoreboard, it says Kingsmen clinched the NIC with a win. That is true. As that one is low and away, it is 1-1. As Pacina leads things off here. He's got 2 leadoff homers this year. He has been an excellent leadoff hitter for the Kingsmen as that's outside 2-1. Snider works quick. That's into right center field, and that's down for a hit. Pacina's got wheels on him. He's trying for 2. It's picked up by Downey. He'll get it in quickly, but not quick enough. It's a leadoff double for the Kingsmen, and a great start here in Game 1 of the doubleheader. Good piece of hitting as he sees that breaking ball come in his sweet spot. Goes just a little bit to the other way, right center field, and it's a leadoff double for the Kingsmen. Here comes Braden Plamer. He's batting second, playing shortstop today. He takes a pitch on the inside edge of the strike zone for a called strike one. St. Joe normally a sound defensive team. 0-1 on Plamer. That is in there for strike two. 0-2. He delivers that 0-2. It's a breaking ball, a defensive swing. It's popped up, foul ground. Balent runs over, and he cannot make the catch as he collides with Langanger. He had it there until he didn't. And it's 0-2. And Plamer will get another chance. Owen Balent, the catcher, also a hockey player, normally a defenseman. You'd think if he's going to play hockey and baseball, it'd be a goaltender catcher, but no, catcher and defenseman. Went out to California with the St. Joe hockey team for the national tournament. Picked up one win while they were out there in 3 games. As that one's high, it's 1-2. Braun is on deck for the Kingsmen. The 1-2. And a good eye as it's low and away. 2-2 as he tries to battle back in this count. The wind is pushing out to left field. Pretty strong wind directly to left. Not really blowing it out, just blowing it to that side. Hard hit ground ball up the middle. Fielded by Langanger. Throw over is in time, but the runner moves to third. He does his job, gets the runner to third. Now a sac fly from Braun. So here comes Braun. There is 1 out and a runner on third. Good matchup for Braun here. He's a lefty batter on a righty pitcher. Infield plays back, except the third baseman Lasain. Up the middle, and it. Pacina scores, and it's 1-0. Penn in the lead as they waste no time. 1 out, and Braun on first. Harford is up. He pops one foul. Owen 1 with 1 out here. Up and in. Braun with a big jump there on first. Kingsman with 2 hits in this inning. The leadoff double, and then Braun single to score Pacina. Jumpy lead there from Braun, the 1-1. That is a shot to left center. Deep, he's turning, it's off the wall. Braun on his way to third. Harford not stopping at second. Braun on his way home. They try and get Harford at third. He is safe. And it's a triple, and it's 2-0. Kingsman. And a lightning quick start as they bring up Gavin Taylor. The Kingsmen, if they can get a homer as a team, they would have already hit for the cycle in the first inning. As that one's hit into center, it is caught by Downey. Here comes Harford. He is safe, and it's 3-0 Kingsmen. They can hit for power for runs, and they can manufacture runs. Two outs, and it's 3-0. We're in the top of the first. As Gavin Taylor hits the sacrifice fly to center. Here comes Dawson French. Swings and misses at strike 1. Dugout is loving it here. The 0-1 is in there for strike 2. Owen 2 on French. Snider deals against his battling partner on the mound and misses low. The 1-2. Shot foul down the right field side. Infield playing back here on French. He is a quick runner down the line, as that one is a breaking ball up and in. It's 2-2. Dalton Zultansky is on deck. The 2-2. Good take there. That was close. Snider didn't get the call. It's 3-2. French has worked it full. Snider's payoff pitch. Line down the left field line. That is hooking foul. That one would have cleared the fence with ease had he kept that ball in fair territory. And home plate umpire here trying to calm down the Penn bench. They have been loud and lively here. They've had good reason. It's fouled off, and we'll have another 3-2 to speak of. A good battle, pitcher on pitcher. Snider will not bat as he is being hit for. Another 3-2, and he got him swinging. But the Kingsmen plate 3 runs in the top of the first inning on 3 hits. We head to the bottom of the first inning. French will take the mound, and it's 3-0 Penn. All right, welcome back. A reminder, we will have radio coverage of both the Penn baseball and softball sectionals next week, starting Wednesday at 5:30. 5:30 Central Time, that'd be 6:30 Eastern. When the Kingsmen baseball team takes on the John Adams Eagles. To find us, we'll be on the IHSAA Champions Network at ihsaatv.org. Once you find us on the website, or once you get to the website, you'll find us by going to the search bar and typing in Penn Kingsman or Penn High School, and you should find us, as long as it's not the regional radio sports stream. Dawson French takes the mound for the Kingsmen here. He has had a nice year himself. And tonight, the question will be, how can he get these Husky hitters out? You know, he's got a 3-pitch mix, the fastball, curveball, changeup. He faces Joe Washburn first, who is having a great season himself, batting .500, 26 RBIs, 2 home runs. And there is good reason he's the leadoff hitter. French deals, that's inside, ball 1. French coming off of a 6-out save against New Prairie. The 1-0 from Dawson. And that is low and in. It's 2-0. French on the mound. Horvath behind the plate. 2-0 is outside. French, normally a pretty spectacular control pitcher. Looks a little shaky here early. 3-0 on Washburn. Probably just being careful. But A.J. Lasain on deck is a powerful bat as well. The 3-0 is in there for strike one. Lasain on deck has 31 RBIs and a .476 average as Washburn just rockets that one up the middle on the ground into center field. And the leadoff man is aboard for the Huskies, as was Pacina for the Kingsmen. And we may be finding ourselves a high-scoring game if St. Joe can plate runs the way Penn did in that first inning. And Horvath wants to talk about this with his pitcher, Dawson French. So A.J. Lasain on deck comes in with 39 hits, a .476 batting average, just one home run. He's playing third base today. Lasain stands in. A righty-on-righty matchup. Washburn's got good speed on first. They try and pick him off. Braun playing first today instead of Barnes, as Barnes is serving the one-game suspension for the collision at home plate against New Prairie. Braun is one of the top-rated first basemen coming into this season, but they put him in right because Barnes had, he's played first base just a little bit longer for the Kingsmen at least. Here's the first pitch, and that is in there for a strike to Lasain. French comes set. And the 0-1 is a curveball and a little trouble with it. Harford has to try and recover. Long toss. That's off the bag. Braun has to come off. There is no out. And it will be a hit. So the first two are on. First and second with nobody out, and French misses up or outside. Owen Balent stands in. One and 0. And that is low. It's 2-0. Owen Balent batting just under 300 with 21 RBIs this year. 2 balls, no strikes on him. And he missed low. 3-0. Could have a barn burner on our hands tonight. St. Joe's bench getting lively as Penn's was in the top of the first. The 3-0 is in there for strike one. Colton Rarick was the scheduled starter on Tuesday. He's come down with some sickness. He is available, but they figured he was not good enough to start, as there is ball 4, and we're going to get a mound visit again here as the bases are loaded on 2 walks, on 1 walk, a single, and an error. That single came on a 3-1 as well, so control has been an issue thus far. They will send a courtesy runner out for Balent, as he is a catcher and he can be ran for. It will be Luke Short. 3-0 Penn. We're in the bottom of the first inning. The bases are loaded and nobody is out. Owen Fuda at the plate. Corners are in. Middle infield is double play depth, as that is high ball 1. Fuda playing in right field tonight. Comes in with 1 home run this year, 19 RBIs. That breaking ball is away. St. Joe, they have been known this year as a team that is patient at the plate. That's why their averages are so high. Some action early in the Kingsman bullpen that looks like it's Stockbridge going down. It is Caden Stockbridge, as that is outside 3-0. In danger of walking in a run. And he did not get the call. It's ball 4. Washburn will come in to score. And it is 3-1. A bases loaded walk keeps him loaded and brings in a run. Lasain is on third. Balent's runner short is on second. And Fuda is on first. Josiah Gustine is at the plate. Curveball just missed high. Here comes the, and that's a rocket up the middle. It could be 2. Flip to second, over to first, and it's a huge double play. A run does score, but they will for 1. And the score is 3-2. So a double play. Plummer to cash into Braun. Brings up Brady Langanger with 2 outs. Strike 1. Yo 1. And a sword on that swing. It's 0-2. 3-2 our score. French deals. It's in the dirt. 1-2. One and two. Swing and a miss, and French gets out of it with the lead. So some trouble early for the Kingsmen. A huge double play helps French get out of some trouble, only giving up 2 runs. The Kingsmen lead at 3-2 as we head to the top of the second inning. We'll be right back. And welcome back to Penn bringing you Kingsman Baseball. I'm James Mason. Dalton Zultansky will lead things off. He's the DH tonight as Snider's back to work, and it's fouled off by Dalton for strike 1. A busy day of Kingsman athletics over on the tennis courts. The girls' tennis team in sectional action against Mishawaka today. The track sectionals, boys track sectionals are going on tonight. The softball team is in action against these same Huskies. They were up 3-0 last update I got on Ava Zachary with a 3 RBI hit, as that one is low and in. It's 1-1. Zultansky chops it. It's 1-2. Kaiden Horvath on deck. Here's the 1-2 as that's fouled off. Kingsman in the lead 3-2. They scored after a leadoff double, a single from Braun, a triple from Harford, and then a sac fly. There's a called strike 3 on the outside edge to knock out Zultansky, and Kaiden Horvath will come to the plate with 1 out and nobody on. One out, nobody on, and a swing and a high pop-up infield. Converging, it's Lasain taking charge and making the catch. Kyler Kazmarski will stand in, a lefty on righty matchup. Last time we saw one of those, Braun smacked a single up the middle. Thought about bunting, pulled back, called a strike anyway. The 0-1, swing and a miss. 0-2 now on Kyler. Top of the order is due up if Kazmarski gets out next inning. Pacina's on deck, and a little half swing foul. 30 pitches for Snider. It's been a very quick inning, rebounding after a rough first. Pretty much right where he should be, with 2 strikes rather quickly on Kyler Kazmarski. As he spikes one in the dirt, it's 1-2. One-two on the way. A breaking ball. Beautiful pitch. Strike 3 called. A 1-2-3 inning. A nice little slider to cap off a quick inning. We go to the bottom of the second. It's 3-2 Penn over St. Joe. Franco Biffle, the leadoff batter this inning for the Huskies. As we are in the bottom of the second inning, it's 3-2 Penn. French back to work, any deal. The second inning, it's 3-2 Penn. French back to work, any deal there to Biffle, who 0-1 here on Biffle as he watches that one go low for ball 1. 1-1. Breaking pitch in there for strike number 2. 25 pitches for French as a curveball. 25 pitches for French as a curveball is popped up and foul, sliding near the dugout, and he can't come up with it. So we'll redo the 1-2. Biffle back in the box. The 1-2 is low, and it's 2-2. Biffle trying to use that second life after Horvath couldn't come up with that tough foul ball. And French was pretty confident it was strike 3. It was not, and it's 3-2. Payoff pitch from French, and he walked him. Stockbridge is still warming. Stockbridge is still warming in the Kingsman bullpen. James Cini will stand in. Cini stirs the bunt, and he didn't get it down. Throw down to first. They try and pick him off. No. Owen 1. It's 0-1 on Cini. Shows bunt. Harford comes charging in. It's away. 1-1. Cini, a .429 batting average with 2 RBIs this year. 1-1. Low and in. Two and one. Swing and a miss. That's strike 2. So the count is even at 2 apiece. Cashin and Plummer play near the bag up the middle at second. 2-2. Breaking ball, swing and a miss, and that's the second strikeout of the night. Back-to-back Ks in innings here for Dawson French. Dallas Downey comes up. Takes away ball. Biffle still on lead. Braun doing a good job holding him on with a couple pickoff attempts to try and get him. The 1-0 is low and in, 2-0. The messenger from the bullpen looks like he just mouthed to Coach Dykes that Stockbridge is ready. So we'll see how quickly, if they do it all. There goes Biffle. 2-0 is upstairs. Throw down is not in time. So a stolen base. It's 3-0 with 1 out and a runner in scoring position. French comes set. 3-0 on the way. Taking all the way, and it's a called strike. Downey playing center field tonight. He's got 19 RBIs on 19 hits and a .317 average this year. Here comes the 3-1, and it's low and away, and he's walked him. It's ball 4. It's first and second with 1 out. Here comes Joe Washburn, a dangerous hitter, and they're going to have another conference on the mound to try and talk about how they want to pitch to Joe. Stockbridge is coming in from the bullpen, and that's going to be the net. That's going to be the night for French. They will take out Cashin from second, so French is going to go to second. Cashin is out of the game. They've got Caden Stockbridge. Caden Stockbridge has entered the game. So Cashin out of the game, that means for hitting. So that means French has to take over where Zultansky was hitting. Because it looks like, so yeah, they forfeit their DH. As Cashin has left the game, that means French, who was already hitting, he comes in. You put Stockbridge where French was hitting. You move French to second. That means, so French, if he wants to hit, he can, but that would mean they forfeit their DH. And French would just hit the rest of the game and play second base. Or you can keep Zultansky hitting and just have French play second only and not hit. Now, French is normally a pretty good hitter, so we'll see what they do. But what this does mean is Stockbridge is going to have to hit or they're going to have to sub for him. One more warm-up coming, and then Washburn will stand in. He'll be pitching, Stockbridge will be pitching in a first and second, one out, semi-jam. We're in the bottom of the second, 3-2 Penn. Here comes Joe Washburn with 26 RBIs this year, looking to add on to that total. He led off the game with a single up the middle. Biffle is on second. Downey is on first. There's one out. Washburn shows bunt. He pulls back as Braun was charging in big time from first. It's low, ball one. A.J. Lasain is on deck, as this is the top of the order. Shows bunt again. Braun charges in. It's low and in, and the control issues continue for Kingsman pitching. Two and 0. Let's see if they let him swing away or if they just continue showing bunt. Stockbridge is set out of the stretch. The righty deals, and that's further inside. It did not hit him. It almost did, but it's 3-0. Let's see if he gets a green light. Braun playing in at the corner. 3-0. Taking all the way as it's called strike one. Wind still pushing the ball out to left. It's almost looked like it shifted, kind of blowing the ball slightly in, but still mostly just directly to left field. The 3-1. Into left on a line. This is foul. That had some carry out there. Count is now 3-2. Stockbridge has battled back to a full count. Stockbridge will step back on the mound. The runners will take their lead. A big 3-2 coming to one of the best hitters in the area. The 3-2. Rocketed to center, right at River Pacina. He's got it lined up. Catch is made. The runners will hold, and Stockbridge wins the battle. That was well hit, but sometimes you can hit it well just in the wrong spot. So a well-hit ball does not bring anyone in. A.J. Lasain will come in. With 2 outs, runners on first and second. Here's Lasain standing in. He reached on an error last time up. First pitch is ball 1. He reached on an E5. Stockbridge delivers a 1-0, and just getting a piece of it is Lasain, and it's 1-1. Stockbridge waiting for his sign. Now he's set and ready to go with the 1-1. Line it short. It's off one hop, and there's going to be a tough play at first. He is safe. That had some funny spin on it. As Plummer was there, it was a sinking line drive. And he fields it on one hop, and the bases are loaded. Owen Balent comes up. That will be an error. So Lasain has reached on air twice. Balent standing in walked his first time up and was stranded on third to end the inning. 2 outs and a violent swing as he tips it for strike 1. So 0-1 on Balent here. He'll take a second. Stand back in now. Infield plays it straight up. Bases loaded, back-to-back innings, 2 outs. The pitch. Chopper, fielded by Harford. Throw over in time, and that ends the inning. So the Kingsmen get out of the jam again. So we go to the top of the 3rd inning, and it is 3-2, Penn in the lead when we come back. Top of the order due up, and Kingsman baseball on the pennant here. River Pacina will start things off. He led off the game with a double his first time up. Got a put out last inning in center field. 3-2 our score. All the runs came in the first inning. Kingsman in the lead. Snider back to work, and his 34th pitch of the outing is up and in on River for ball one. The 1-0 is in there for strike one. 1-1. Snider deals in the air to center, drifting back and making the catch is Downey, and there's one away. Braden Plamer will come up to bat. He grounded out his first time up. First pitch to Plamer on the ground to third. It's fielded by Lasain. Toss over the diamond is in time, and there's two down. Another quick inning, it looks like, unless Braun can start something with the Kingsmen. They've been able to rally with 2 outs a lot this year. We'll see if Braun can start something. Just 37 pitches for Jacob Snider. They say the average per inning is 15. Snider knows how to work effectively. In 8 starts, he's 8-0 with a 1.17 ERA coming into today, as there's strike one to Braun. Here comes the 0-1. He scores around a bunt, and it's called a strike as he pulls back. He thought that was outside. It's called a strike. Now Braun's going to have to shorten up with 2 strikes. He knows how to work counts. He's going against a good pitcher, though. 0-2. Got under it. It'll be foul out of play. Oh, 2. Came inside on him, and he's able to hold up, and it's 1-2. One and two. On the ground up the middle. There was a hole in that exact spot. What a grab, but there's no play. Langanger made a long run to grab that ball, and it was hit slow enough that may have saved an extra base, because Braun's a pretty fast runner, and that was in between just about everyone if that gets past Langanger. So a nice play. It's a 2-out single for Braun, and he's 2 for 2 with 2 singles. It brings up Ben at Harford, who tripled his first time up. Braun with a jumping lead. Chopped foul by Harford. Gavin Taylor is on deck. We'll see how aggressive they get on the base paths here with Braun with 2 outs here. Don't want to make the last out on the paths, but don't want to be too afraid to maybe start something here with 2 outs. 0-1. That's another foul ball down the third base side, and it's 0-2. No action in either bullpen. As we're in the top of the third, it's 0-2 on Hartford. Braun is on first. It's 3-2 Kingsman. Oh, 2. There goes Braun. It's a high pitch. The throw down is backed up well by Washburn. And Braun with a stolen base. First stolen base of the day by anyone on the Kingsmen. 1-2 with 2 outs. Here comes the pitch. That is close, but not enough. 2-2. Count even at 2. Braun on second. 2 outs. A lot of 2s. Now he goes back. Two and 2 as time is called by the catcher Balent. Snider back on the mound. Speaking of Snider, the Kingsmen will take on Fort Wayne Snider this coming weekend here. 2-2. Fly ball to right. Fuda will end the inning. We will head to the bottom of the third. The Kingsmen score none on one hit. No errors as we go to the bottom of the third. It's still 3-2 Kingsmen when we come back. And we welcome you back to Kingsman Baseball on the Penn. Another reminder, we will have radio coverage of both the Penn baseball and softball sectionals next week, starting on Wednesday at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central, when the Kingsman baseball team takes on the John Adams Eagles. To find us, we'll be on the IHSAA Champions Network at ihsaatv.org. Once you're on the website, navigate to the search bar and type in Penn Kingsman or Penn High School, and you'll find us. Owen Fuda leading things off here as we enter the bottom of the third inning. It is 3-2 Penn. Caden Stockbridge back on the mound. He's in a relief performance here as he spikes one in the dirt. I think of memorable relief performances. That's Owen Balent, not Fuda, my bad. Both named Owen. Different last names, though. Balent, then Fuda on deck. 1-0. You think of memorable relief performances this year for the Kingsmen, and Stockbridge definitely jumps out at you as he misses low. 2-0. In that game against Elkhart, basically threw a complete game. 6 shutout innings in a 12-inning marathon. 2-0 from Stockbridge. That is rocketed to left. Long run is Taylor. That's over his head off the wall on one hop. Taylor snags it. Into second is Balent, and he's got a leadoff double and more trouble brewing on the base paths for the Huskies as they have led off the inning with a runner on for the third inning in a row, and this is our third inning of play. Here comes Gustine here. Runner on second. Nobody out. Showing bunt. Braun charges in. Basically into the left-handed batter's box as it's outside. Josiah Gustine standing in. Showing bunt. Pulled back. It's ball 2. Two and 0. Stockbridge is set. Swing and a miss. There's strike 1. Langanger is on deck. It's 2-1. Infield is in on the corners. Swing and a miss, strike two. Nice pitch from Stockbridge. Gustine hit into the double play in the first inning. Their classic 6-4-3. 2-2. A gust of wind from left field blows in. 2-2. Off the handle of the bat, foul. Two and two as Stockbridge waiting for his sign. Now he comes set. A long pause between pitches. In the air, right side. Kazmarski has it. The runner will stay at second. And there's one down. Langanger coming into the game. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Runner on second, one out. Stockbridge looks back, deals, and that is just outside, 1-0. One and 0. French was covering at second. Now he heads back to his position. It's upstairs. It's 2-0. Kingsman pitchers have struggled with some control issues early in this one. Stockbridge wants a new ball for this upcoming 2-0. We got one out as Stockbridge is back and ready to go to work. Outfield playing medium depth. The 2-0. To left, Taylor started back, now has to play it off one hop. He'll get it in quickly. The runner will get to third. And Langanger to first. Runners at the corners and just one out. Biffle coming to the plate. He walked his last time up. That is the third hit of the day for St. Joe. More stress for Kingsman pitching. There was a jump, big secondary lead off first from Langanger. Biffle the DH. It's 1-0 on him. That wind really pushing out to left. That flag is whipping out there. Spiked 2-0. Kingsman in danger of loading the bases for the third straight inning. Two and 0, Stockbridge. Big jump off first. It's away. It's 3-0. with 1 out. No action in the bullpen. Stockbridge on the 3-0. That is called a strike. That may have just barely caught the inside. Three and one. Runner goes. Called strike 2. They will not throw down. A gusty day here in late May. About 56 degrees out there. It's 3 and 2. Second and third. 1 out. Stockbridge is ready. It's on the way, and a swing and a miss. He battles back down 3-0 to get the strikeout of Biffle. And here comes, with 2 outs and a runners on second and third and 2 outs, James Cini standing in. He's been trying to get out of another jam. He had second and third with 1 out. That is just outside. It seems as though the zone is slightly shifted to the inside on righties, not as much to the outside. So if you could pick up the zone and kind of move it maybe a few inches inside on a right-handed hitter, that's about where the strike zone is. As it's fouled off, it's 1-1. So that does set up the inside fastball to not only brush the hitter off the plate and set up something outside, it also sets it up to be inside for a strike. High breaking ball, 2-1. Good leadoff second for Langanger. Stockbridge on the 2-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Starting to hit that spot on the inside. Another long inning here. But no runs plated thus far in this inning for St. Joe. 2-2, 2 outs, 2 on. And a 3-2 ball game in game 1 of a doubleheader. With the top spot in the NIC up for grabs on the final day of conference season. The 2-2. Oh, and that was behind him. And it gets to the backstop, and we're going to have a tie game. St. Joe has tied the game on a wild pitch. I don't know how that didn't hit him. So the runner moves to third. A run scores. It's 3-2, and it's a tie game. Langanger on third. Cini at the plate, jammed foul, and we'll have another 3-2 to speak of. Sounds as though the boys' sectional track meet is underway over at Everwise Freed Field. Just to the left of the visiting bullpen. The 3-2 from Stockbridge. Pop-up foul, and he is still battling. 3-2 again. Long at bat here from Cini. Stockbridge set again. The third payoff pitch. It's low and in, and ball 4. And a great at bat for Cini. I would get the microphone going for the crowd, but the wind is right into it, and I don't think you guys want to hear wind for a few hours here. So 2 outs and a runner on first and a runner on third. But take my word for it, these benches are loud and they have been energetic all day. First pitch is called a strike to Dallas Downey, who walked his first time up. Oh, 0-1. Runner goes down to second. The throw from Horvath is low grab. Now the runner broke for home, came back. They tried to get him at third, and they could not. It's now 1-1 on Downey. Cini takes second. So with 2 outs, second and third, a 1-1 count to the number 9 hitter, the center fielder, Dallas Downey. Stockbridge's 40th pitch is high. It's 2-1. I don't know if it's the cold. I don't know if it's the wind. But I have not seen this Kingsman pitching staff deliver this many balls all season long. Joe Washburn and the top of the order is on deck in a 3-3 ball game. The 2-1. Swing and a foul tip. It's 2-2. Infield on the right side plays back. Shortstop Plummer at double play depth. Harford medium depth at third. 2-2. Just missed. That was maybe just outside of that shifted strike zone. 3-2. Again, these Huskies are working counts deeper and deeper as the game goes along. 3-2. And the pitch. In the air to left, Taylor on the run, going back. He cannot make the catch. It's over his head. 2 runs are going to score. St. Joe's taking a 5-3 lead. It's a double for Downey after another long at bat. And it is 5-3 Huskies. And we'll see a mound visit. Taylor was turned around in left and could not make the catch. That goes down as a hit. It would have been a hard play, even if he was turned in exactly where he needed to be, as that ball was hit very well. So Cini and Langanger score. Top of the order back up. It's Joe Washburn. Two outs. Still a rally. 5-3 St. Joe. He bunts down the third base line. This rolls foul. Hartford touches it in foul territory, so it's strike one. Washburn has very good speed. He was trying to bunt for a hit there, and it would have worked had it stayed fair. That was well placed. Oh, 0-1 as he looks to stand back in. Oh, 1-1. Stockbridge deals and just barely missed. 1-1. That's a great take from Washburn. One. Popped foul out of play. And it is 1-2. Stockbridge at 46 pitches. This is just his second inning of work. Swing and a miss. He got him. It's not a dropped third. He was running as if it was one. But it was not a dropped third. But St. Joe plates 3 runs on a couple of hits. A big 2-out hit from Dallas Downey. We go to the top of the 4th. It's 5-3 St. Joe. And it's Gavin Taylor leading things off. We're on the top of the 4th. St. Joe leads 5-3. First pitch is sent to center and caught by Downey, who had the big 2-out hit last inning. That's out number 1. Here comes Dawson French. Snider back to work with 1 out and nobody on. It's a swing and a miss. It's strike number 1. Snider had the tough first inning, but since then he's settled in 2 quick innings. He's about to have his 50th pitch, and French sends one to left. That's the second one he sent out there, just foul. 0-2. French is 0 for 1 with a strikeout. He taps it foul, and we'll do it again. With 1 down, French takes. It is outside. It's 1-2. That is low, 2-2. So Snider starting to work back to where his ERA showed he was. He came into the game with a 1.16 ERA, and now he forces a ground ball to short. Washburn's got it. Throw over is just in time to get the speedy Dawson French, and there's 2 down. Snider at 54 pitches with 3 2/3 innings done. They say 15 pitches is the benchmark for how many per inning. So you can do the math on that one yourself. He is just under where he should be. 2 outs, nobody on. If he can get out quickly, he would be under that average. Ball 1 to Dalton Zultansky. He takes outside 2-0. Horvath is on deck. 2-0. Fouled off. 2-1. Zultansky struck out looking his first time up. And he sends one to center. They were shaded over there for him, but he hit it right in between the second baseman Langanger and the center fielder Downey. And it's a base hit with 2 outs for the Kingsmen. And now Kaiden Horvath steps up as the tying run in the top of the 4th inning. So 2 outs. Kaiden Horvath stands in, and he sends one right hard to Washburn, who fields it, flips to Langanger, ends the inning. And we go to the bottom of the 4th inning. St. Joe leads it 5-3. Kingsmen pick up 1 hit that inning. No errors, no runs. And we'll be right back with the bottom of the 4th when we come back. A.J. Lasain to lead things off. We're in the bottom of the 4th inning. Kingsmen and Huskies. 5-3 St. Joe leads. Here in the bottom of the 4th. Lasain has reached twice on air. Ball 1 is outside. Caden Stockbridge back to work with pitch number 49. Right back up the middle, and that's where they've gotten the majority of their hits, going right up the middle with a single, and it's another leadoff man on for the Huskies. Owen Balent will stand in. He's walked today. Now would be a nice time for another 6-4-3 double play, or any double play for that matter, as that's low, ball 1. Nice stop by Horvath behind the dish. Stockbridge deals a rocket to short. Going over, flip to second, and French can't grab it. Plamer threw it low. That'll be an error. The third error of the day by the Kingsmen. Luke Short will be the courtesy runner for Balent. Owen Fuda comes up. First and second, nobody out. That is in there for strike one. Middle infield playing double play depth. As a nice curveball in there for strike two. Oh, 1-2. Big leadoff first for Short. Not being held on by Braun. 0-2 is high. It's 1-2. In game two, after this one, the Kingsmen will get Will Barnes back from suspension. The 1-2 up and in. 2-2. St. Joe with 5 runs, 3 in the bottom of the third, 2 in the bottom of the first. Popped him up. French is calling for it. Catch is made. I think it was going to be an infield fly anyway. So a big out there. Runners don't move. Josiah Gustine comes up with Langanger on deck. Stockbridge with a long pause, and now the pitch is outside 1-0. Stockbridge set. Delivers the 1-0. Inside again. Gustine is 0 for 2 with a flyout and a double play. 2-0 on him here. That is low. It's 3-0. Stockbridge and French, they've been the pitchers tonight. They've had some control issues. Haven't not seen that much this year. The 3-0, and he walked him on 4 pitches, and the bases are loaded for the third inning today. So Langanger comes up. He is 1 for 2, a strikeout and a single. He scored a run. Bases loaded, 1 out. On the ground to third, Harford had trouble. Plamer had to pick it up and a run scores. That'll be another error. E5, that was going to be a fielder's choice. That was Harford at third, not Plamer. Plamer picked it up. And a run comes in to score. And they still have the bases loaded. That is the second error of the game for Hartford. Fourth error for the Kingsmen. Strike one is in there to Franco Biffle in a now 6-3 ball game. The 0-1, nice breaking ball, just didn't get the call. One and one, we've got warming. It's Emerson Cowell warming. And Horvath knocked it down. It's 2-1 after that one went high. Cini is on deck. Biffle will tie the shoes, or cleats rather. Can never tell with turf cleats anymore. They almost look like tennis shoes. Two and one. Wind still steadily pushing out to left. Fouled off on the hands. 2-2. That's a nice pitch. That's been his pitch all night tonight. Just hasn't been able to locate it. 2-2. Stockbridge deals. In the dirt, it's 3-2. Bases loaded, full count, one out. Stockbridge ready to deal. Out of the windup, the pitch. Swing and a miss, he got him. That's a huge strikeout there. Gets the sac fly out of the way. James Cini coming to the plate with 2 outs, and the bases loaded. A 2-out hit here would be devastating. Got to try and limit the damage here. Stockbridge delivers. Line foul. Cini ready against Stockbridge, who's worked out of the windup now that the bases are loaded. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Owen 2. Trying to get out of this inning. Stockbridge deals. Swing and a miss. There's strike 3. Another strikeout. Gets out of the jam. Only gives up 1 run on the error. So they strand the bases loaded, but they score a run. It's 6-3 St. Joe when we come back. Welcome back. Kazmarski hits it on the ground to second. It's fielded, and the put out there. Lineup turns over after the Langanger to Gustine put out. River Pacina comes up to bat. He swings and sends one high in the air to left center. Going back on it, Cini, and he makes the catch deep in the gap in left center, and there's 2 down. So here's Braden Plamer with 2 outs and nobody on. He takes a called strike 1. That's outside ball 1. It's 1-1, 2 outs. 1-1 and a swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Mason Braun is on deck. It's 6-3. That is curving up high and inside. Two and two. And the pitch. Called strike 3. And that ends the inning. A very, very quick inning. A punch out ends the top of the 5th. We go to the bottom of the 5th, and it is 6-3 St. Joe. And we welcome you back to Kingsman Baseball on the pennant. Dallas Downey leads things off for the Huskies here in the home half of the 5th. They are the home team today in Game 1. Kingsman will be home in Game 2 as this is rescheduled from yesterday's game as that drops in for strike 1. This was rescheduled from yesterday's game that was supposed to be played at St. Joe that was then moved to here and then canceled. The 0-1 as Caden Stockbridge misses outside. It's 1-1. 6-3 St. Joe. 73rd pitch from Stockbridge and a swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Stockbridge pitch count getting up there. They no longer have Cowham warming, and got to imagine that he's coming in soon. If he's done warming, don't want to tire him out. Or they just trust Stockbridge to eat these innings. Maybe they'll save Cowham for Game 2. But I got to imagine that they still have trust in their offense to get this comeback here, 2-2. On Downey, who is 2 for 2. And there is called strike 3. Nice pitch from Stockbridge, low and in, right on the corner, and there's 1 down. Joe Washburn will come up to the plate. He is 1 for 3 with a single lineout and a strikeout. Inside on Washburn for ball 1. 1-0. Corners are in. Middle infield back near the grass as that's popped foul out of play. 1-1. A.J. Lasain is on deck. Stockbridge delivers. It's low and away. Ball 2. 2-1. Popped out of play, and it's 2-2. Two and two as Washburn is ready. Stockbridge back to work. Tried to drop the curveball and he missed high and away. It's 3-2. Full count, 1 out. The pitch. Swing and a high pop up. Foul ground. Braun running over. Says he has it. The wind is swirling. He makes the catch and there's 2 away. So the Kingsmen have done a good job against Washburn as now he's 1 for 4 as he came into the game batting .500. Here's A.J. Lasain, though. They have struggled with him. 2 errors and a single. 2 outs, nobody on. That's away for ball 1. Kingsmen can clinch the NIC with a win tonight. 1-0. Outside 2-0. Two balls, no strikes as Stockbridge has got it back. Infield still straight up here. Ooh, that really ran in on him. 3-0. And temperatures like today, this is not a day you want to get hit by the ball. It will sting for a while. 54 degrees and windy. Not very late May-like temperatures. And I'm not a fan, I can tell you that. 3-0. Sure these players aren't either. That's ball 4. So Lasain reaches for the 4th time tonight. Owen Balent will come up to bat. Winds are gusting at about 30 miles an hour. It feels like 43 outside. Owen Balent stands in, reached twice, takes a strike. Fuda on deck. With 1 strike and a runner on first. Line to left. Taylor running in. That bounces in for a single. Man. Just barely in front of Taylor. 2-out hit, and it's first and second with 2 outs. Owen Fuda comes up. Luke Short will be the courtesy runner for Owen Balent. Stockbridge with a pitch count of 87. And that gets away from Horvath, and the runners will advance to second and third. Horvath will run out and talk to him. A reminder, we will have radio coverage of both the Penn baseball and softball sectionals next week, starting Wednesday at 5:30 when the Kingsman baseball team takes on the John Adams Eagles. To find us, we will be on the IHSAA Champions Network at ihsaatv.org. Once you're on the website, navigate to the search bar and type in Penn Kingsman or Penn High School, and you should find us. 1-0 on Fuda here. Stockbridge deals in there for strike one, trying to keep the Huskies off the board in this inning. Trying to keep it within a reasonable margin. They've got Mason Braun to lead off next inning. Maybe he can start something, but you got to keep it close. The 1-1, swing and a miss. That's the curveball that we've been waiting to see tonight, and there it was. Fuda 2 for 3 tonight. He's got 19 RBIs. Looking to pick up 20 and 21. Stockbridge, the 1-2. Outside, couldn't get him to chase. These Husky hitters have been pesky and they have been patient. They came in as the number 2 team in 3A. Kingsman came in number 1 in 4A in the last polls of the season. 2-2, 2 outs, 2 on. Swing and a miss. He got him. A nice end to the inning for Caden Stockbridge. We head to the 6th inning at 6-3, St. Joe. Went out for a second. We're back now. Mason Braun walked on 4 pitches. There's ball 1 to Bennett Hartford. Kingsmen have 1 on, nobody out. With Bennett Hartford up and Braun steals, they're not even going to throw down. He got a great jump. He timed up Snider perfectly and steals second. One and one. Harrison Huck is stretching in the. That is low, ball 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Taylor. He's 0 for 2. Excuse me, 0 for 1 with a sac fly and a flyout. 2-2, 2 on. Nobody out. Snider deals, low and in, 3-2. Battle happening at the plate here for the Kingsmen. 3-2 to Taylor. Snider is ready. The pitch. Fouled off, a defensive swing to stay alive. 3-2. Again. Snider is set. Snider is ready. The payoff pitch. Ball 4. The bases are loaded and nobody is out. They are working and working here. Dawson French stands in. Bases loaded. Nobody out. First pitch. It's a swing and a fly ball out to left center. Drifting back at the track, and he can't make the catch. It's off the top of his glove and off the wall. 1 run is in. They are waving around Harford. He will score. It's a long single, but it's 2 RBIs, and that's the important part. Dawson French delivers. And it's 6-5. On the first pitch, it's a 2 RBI single. It's back to a 1-run game with nobody out in first and second for Dalton Zultansky. He shows the bunt. He let it go down, and it just went behind him there. He got the bottom of the barrel on that one. Oh, 1. Infield on the corners and pretty much everywhere. It's either medium depth or in. First base is in. Third base on the grass, infield grass. Popped off the bunt, foul. And it's 0-2. St. Joe's getting some bullpen action. We'll let you know who it is when we find out. Our scoreboard is not updated, and we apologize. It's one of our technical issues we're going on here. So it is 6-5. It's 0-2 on Zultansky. First and second, nobody out. 0-2, inside. One and 2. French on first, and a step off, Taylor on second. Jay Newberg is warming in the bullpen. There's 2 pitchers warming for St. Joe. One of them is Newberg. The other one's got a jacket and a swing and a miss. Strike 3 gets Zultansky. That's the 3rd strikeout of the day for Dalton. Kaiden Horvath coming up. We're in the top of the 6th. We'll update our scoreboard here as it's come back. One out. Horvath set. Snider deals and a swing and a miss. Kazmarski is on deck. There's 1 out, first and second. An 0-1 count in a 6-5 game. Up the middle. Fielded, could be 2. Flip to second. Langanger on to first. He dives in, out. A huge double play for St. Joe ends the inning, and they retain a lead. 6-5 our score. Going to the bottom of the 6th. What a double play. Washburn to Langanger, over to Gustine, and that ends the inning. 6-5. The Kingsmen strike for 2 on the Dawson French 2 RBI single. We'll be right back. Josiah Gustine is leading off the inning for the Huskies. Stockbridge still out on the mound for the Kingsmen. He's at now 93 pitches as he delivers strike one to Gustine. We're in the bottom of the sixth. It is 6-5 St. Joe. Low and away. It's ball one. Kingsmen struck for 2 runs last inning to draw it to a 1-run contest yet again. We've got a nice finish brewing here between these two that sit atop the NIC, and these umpires are going to talk. Home plate umpire has been talking to both benches today, trying to get them to calm down just a little bit, make sure they're staying in their assigned area. 1-1, 1 out. Fouled off. It's 1-2. Some more action in the bullpen. Huck is still warming up down there for the Kingsmen. 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2. Wind has shifted a little further in. It's still going to left, but it started to angle into the field of play just a little bit more. 2-2. On the ground to second, fielded by French. Nice sliding grab, throw over in time. Nice play by Dawson French to Mason Braun, and there's 2 away. Or 1 away. I don't know what I'm saying. 2 away. Oh, I must have forgot to clear that out there. That was the leadoff hitter. So 1 away. Maybe our scoreboard was telling the future. Quick 1 pitch out would be nice for Stockbridge pitch count. Inside ball 1. Franco Biffle on deck. Upstairs 2-0 on Langanger. .99 pitches for Stockbridge. Two and 0. Inside 3-0. So he's hit the century mark on pitches. When all said and done, a pretty nice relief effort. Ate a lot of innings, kept the bullpen fresh. Gave up a few more runs than they would have hoped, but he's gotten out of a lot of jams that could have been more, as there's strike 1. Three and 1. Inside, he loses in ball 4. So a runner on first.
The next batter for the Huskies, the designated hitter, number 15, Franco Biffle.
Franco Biffle will come up to bat. One out. Runner on first. Swing and a miss. Graniti is on deck. Owen 1. The pitch. Swing and a foul tip into the glove. 0-2. 0-2, 1 out. Runner at first. Stockbridge looks to pick off the runner. He can't. Huck still warming in that bullpen. Maybe they want to get just one last inning out of Caden here. Upstairs, that's ball 1. Try to get him a chase just a little too high there. Key is to keep it at eye level when you're trying to get him to swing at that high heat. Make it look good. 1-2. Curve ball, that's a sword, and that's strike 3, and there's 2 outs.
The next batter for St. Joe, the left fielder, number 21,
James Crinity. Stands in. He is 0 for 2, a walk and 2 strikeouts as he swings and misses. Strike 1. Oh 1. Stockbridge delivers. That's in there. It's 0-2. Downey on deck, 2 outs, 0-2. Just maybe missed. That looked pretty good. One and 2. There goes the runner. It's a curveball. It's called strike 3. No need to even throw down. He did, but there was no need. That ends the bottom of the 6th. We go to the 7th. The Kingsmen trail by a run. They need a run to keep this game going. We'll be right back. New pitcher in the game for St. Joe. It's Jay Neuber taking the mound for the Huskies. He comes in relief of Jacob Snider, who is in line for the win, but the Kingsmen look to change that. Looks like we're going to have a pinch hitter as well. Kyler Kazmarski is going to be pinch hit for Harrison Huck. This is a save situation here. Neuber is on for the save. So we're in the top of the 7th. The Kingsmen are looking for just at least a run to keep this game alive into the bottom of the 7th. If they win here, Game 2 essentially becomes meaningless, except for bragging rights, of course. But if they lose this one, Game 2 is for all the marbles for the NIC. Harrison Huck pinch hitting. First pitch from Neuber. Swing and a miss. Owen 1 on Huck. Swing and a miss, strike 2. After Huck, it's Pacina and Plummer due up. If one of those two get on, they bring the ever-dangerous Mason Braun up. 0-2 on Huck. Got him swinging. 3 great pitches from Neuber. And there's one away. River Pacina with 3 home runs on the year stands in. One swing can tie us up. First pitch. On the ground to short. Washburn will be a tough play on the run. Throws. He's safe as he dropped the ball. He is safe. Would he have been safe if he caught it? I don't know. It was a bang-bang play if he caught it. That'll be called an error for now.
Next batter for Penn is shortstop, number 6, Braden Plamer.
So at the moment, Pacina reaches on an error. They don't care how he reaches. He got on. That's the key. So as long as there's no double play, Braun will have an at-bat. Plamer stands in, 1 out, 1 on. Try and pick him off. He's safe. That also would make it so Braun might not get an at-bat if he gets picked off or caught stealing. 1 out, the pitch, and it's a balk. It's a balk. So we wondered how aggressive they were going to get on the bases. Now we don't even have to know. He gets second on a balk. So the runner moves up. It's no pitch. Braden Plamer stands in. Runner on second, 1 out. It's the tying run. Pacina on second. He's got great speed. He should score on a single to the outfield. First pitch is low. One and 0. Newber deals, and it is low again. 2 and 0. Two and 0. Plamer stands in. Pacina a conservative lead on second. Swing and a miss. Fastball on the outside. He was just late too. Two and 1. Plamer on the ground. Washburn will grab it. They hold the runner at second. Throw over is not in time. Great hustle down the line by Plamer, and he is safe. Goes down as a hit. Pacina stayed at second. He had to, as it was right in his line to third. First and second, 1 out. Here comes Mason Braun, and we'll have a conference at the mound. Mason Braun stands in with a chance to tie it or give the Kingsmen the lead. He has been their number 1 hitter all season. Leads the team in home runs, batting average, OPS. And now he's got a chance in a crucial game to give them a late tying hit or a late go-ahead hit. 1 out, first and second. 6-5 St. Joe. We're in the top of the 7th. Bennett Hartford is on deck. Righty pitcher, lefty hitter. Newber deals. Taking in there for a strike. Just wanting to see what his pitches look like. Definitely looking at shapes right now. Pitch shapes in his first pitch. 0-1. Spikes it low. 1-1. Braun takes a deep breath. Stands back in. 1-1, 1 out, first and second. Infield straight up. Looking for a double play. Braun hard to double up. That's low. It's 2-1. St. Joe is saying, oh, don't let him get in a hitter's count. 2-1. Time called by Braun. Can feel the intensity. Penn clinches the NIC with a win. They trail by a run in the top of the 7th. Game 2 follows shortly. The 2-1. Outside 3-1, and here's the hitter's count. They didn't want him to get in. He's looking for his pitch, but he's also okay with taking a walk because he knows he's got Bennett Hartford behind him who can give him the lead or tie the game. The 3-1. Called a strike. Just caught the bottom rail, and the count is full. 3-2, 1 out. 3-2. Got a piece of it and stayed alive. Three and two, 1 out. St. Joe up 6-5. Come set again. 3-2. Ball 4. He walks him. And the bases are loaded for Bennett Hartford. A great at-bat by Braun. 1 out, bases loaded. Tying run on third. Go-ahead run on second. A fly ball could tie this game. And an even deeper fly ball could break it open. 1 out, Hartford ready. Takes a called strike. Oh, 0-1. That is just low. 1-1. One ball, 1 strike. Infield in on the corners. They try to pick him off at second, and he almost threw it into center. They tried to pick off Plamer at second, and he almost threw it into center field to tie this game. One and one. Neuber set the pitch. Jammed him, and it's caught. And there's 2 out. He jams Hartford, excuse me. Plamer is on second. On first is Braun. Gavin Taylor at the plate. Pacina at third. So Gavin Taylor rests on his shoulders right here. Game on the line. Time called by the catcher, Owen Balent. He'll step back in behind the plate. Neuber back on the mound. That's low. 1-0, and he's going to talk things over. It's 1-0 on Gavin Taylor. Balent goes back behind the plate. Neuber back on the mound. Looking for a save. The 1-0. Inside. 2-0. Just over top of his shoe tops. French is on deck. He had the big single that gave the Kingsmen 2 runs back in the 6th to make this a 1-run game. It's 2-0. The pitch. Called a strike. 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike. Chopper, tough play. It's in fair territory. No play, and we're tied. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Now, I don't know if there's been a softer game-tying single hit. That was hit about as soft as you could. I don't know if you could have placed that ball in a better spot. But the Kingsmen have tied the game. They've come all the way back and tied it at 6. And it is going to at least have a bottom to the 7th. Dawson French stands in now with 1 run already in and a ball outside. Two outs, a run in, bases loaded, 6-6. French could really give the Kingsmen a cushion. Take strike 1. 1-1 on French. One. Up the middle. Washburn's got it. He'll win the race to second. A hard hit ball by French just behind the bag. Fielded by Washburn. Ends the top of the 7th. But the Kingsmen tie the game. And we are heading to the bottom of the 7th. 6-6. And now can the Kingsmen force extras? Taking the mound is Colton Rarick. He is relieving Caden Stockbridge. We're in the bottom of the 7th. It's 6-6. Colton Rarick yesterday had a 101-degree fever. And he is on the mound tonight. He was not feeling good enough to start the game. But now they've brought him in, looking to send it to extras. Dallas Downey leads things off here. First pitch is a ball. Bottom of the 7th. Kingsmen just tied it in the top half of the 7th. Fouled off, it's 1-1. Rarick, the lefty, they brought him in to face the lefty Downey. Throws that curveball in there. It's 1-2 on Downey. And the pitch. And did he go around? No. 2-2. Rarick deals. Popped him up. Long run for Harford near the fence and can't come up with it. He didn't know exactly where the fence was. Didn't want to run into it. Two and two, nobody out. Leadoff hitter is Downey. Joe Washburn and A.J. Lasain are on deck. And a swing and a foul tip into the glove. One down in the bottom of the seventh. Strikeout and a pop-out. One out, nobody on. First pitch. Just missed. 1-0. On the ground to second. French has got it. Flip to Braun, and there are two out. Big key that Rarick was available to face the two lefties there, Downey and Washburn. And now he's got to face the righty Lasain, but there's nobody on for this power hitter. Two outs, and Rarick deals. That is outside 1-0. Rarick back to work out of the stretch. On the ground, French has got it, and we are off to extra innings. If the Kingsmen win, they win the NIC. We'll go to extra innings, the eighth inning, when we come back. Welcome to extra innings. Kingsman baseball on the pennant. Dalton Zultansky will lead things off. I'm James Mason bringing you Kingsman baseball here. It's a nice night to play two, and it's also a nice night to play some extra innings, it looks like. So Dalton Zultansky, the designated hitter, leading off. He's 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts. He stands in against Newber, and the first pitch is in the dirt, ball 1. Another pitch and gets the called strike. Nice pitch on that inside corner. It's where both pitchers for St. Joe have liked to hit. That's been the spot they've been going for. Go for it again. Zultansky goes the other way with it to second. Langanger throws over, and there's one away. Kaiden Horvath comes up. He is 0 for 3 with a pop out, ground out, and a double play. One down, and the pitch. Just missed. One and 0. Oh, and that hit him. That went off the glove, but did not hit him. 2-0. Two and 0. On the ground, it's going to go foul. Kyler Kazmarski back in the on-deck circle for the Kingsmen. 2-1. Horvath waiting. Neuber back on the mound. Fouled off his ankle. That'll sting, especially in this cold. 2-2. 2-2. With one out and nobody on, we're in the top of the 8th inning. Fouled off. Lined over the head of the third baseman, Lasain, into the corner. Horvath on his way to second. He makes the turn but holds up. He's fired up there as the Kingsmen get a one-out double. That was a well-hit rope. Here comes Kyler Kazmarski. One out, runner on second.
Base for Penn, number 24, Brody Langanger. The next batter for the Kingsmen, number 34, the right fielder,
Kyler
Kyler Kazmarski.
Kazmarski stands in. It's Brody Charbonneau, the courtesy runner, on second. One out, one on. Just a piece of it foul. River Pacina is on deck. Owen 1. The pitch, swing and a miss. Nice inside fastball there. 0-2. Kazmarski calls time. Kaz stands in. 0-2. Fouled off. Remains 0-2. Kazmarski back in the box. Neuber looks back at the runner. And it's in the dirt. Kazmarski says, hold on, that's not past him. Down to Charbonneau at second. 1-2. One and two. Flied, shallow, foul ground, and oh my, overran by Cini. And that gives Kazmarski another chance. Just some housekeeping. They've taken away the error from St. Joe that came in the 7th inning on Plummer. Or excuse me, on Pacina reaching. So they've taken away that air. It's 1-2 on Kazmarski, who is battling here against Jay Neuber. One and two. Outside, 2-2. Kazmarski back in, ready to go. Swing and a miss. He got him. A nice inside breaking fastball. Ran in on his hands, and there are two down and a runner on second. River Pacina would be huge if the Kingsmen can get this run in to have a little bit of a cushion, some room for some air. 2 outs. Pitch to Pacina. All the strike. We're in the top of the 8th inning. It's 6-6. Kingsmen and Huskies. 10 hits for Penn, 6 for St. Joe. Fouled off his leg. And quickly in a 2-strike hole. 0-2. Pacina ready. Neuber deals. In the dirt. It's 1-2. Outfield plays straight up. Center field slightly shaded to right. Infield plays medium depth. Middle infield a little back near the grass. Just foul. Pacina's been working hard all year. Contact hitting and 3 home runs as well. 2 of them have been to lead off the game. The third came in the 5th inning. 1-2. Outside, 2-2. Two and two, 2 outs, 6-6 game. Top of the 8th. Neuber back ready to pitch. And a defensive swing, just getting a piece of it and staying alive. That's what you got to do. Just got to stay alive. You'll get your pitch eventually. 2-2. And the pitch. Just a bit outside. 3-2. What an at-bat by River here. No action in either bullpen. 3-2. On the ground, slowly to third. Lasain, the throw, over his head. Here comes the runner from second. Charbonneau scores, and the Kingsmen have taken the lead. That'll be a hit and an error. And it's 7-6 Kingsmen. Pacina ends up on second. It's 7-6 Kingsmen. Inside and hit him. It hits Plummer. He gets plunked on the elbow, and it's first and second. Here comes Mason Braun.
The first baseman, number 19, Mason Braun.
It's 7-6 Penn in the top of the 8th. Mason Braun settles in first and second, 2 outs. Swings and flies one into foul ground on the left field side, and it drops in the bullpen safely foul. No balls, 1 strike. Oh and 1. The pitch. That's low and away. The Kingsmen can clinch the NIC tonight. If they win, it would be their 11th straight NIC outright win or tie. They had 1 tie back in 2021 with Marion. The last team to win the NIC outright or tying without Penn, as that's in there for strike 2, was Elkhart Central when they won the state championship back in 2013. One and 2. And that hit him. Another hit by pitch by Newber. And the bases are loaded.
The next batter for the Kingsmen, the third baseman, number 3, Bennett Harford.
Here comes Bennett Hartford. He's got a flair for the dramatic in extra innings. Over in Elkhart, hit that 3-run shot in extra innings in the game there. First pitch. That is in there. Oh and 1 to him. On the ground to short. Washburn's got it. He'll go to first and get him to end the inning, but the Kingsmen strike on the air by Lasain. And it's 7-6 Penn. They can close out the NIC when we come back in the bottom of the 8th on the pennant. A reminder, we will have radio coverage of both the Penn baseball and softball sectionals next week, starting Wednesday at 6:30 when the Kingsmen baseball team takes on the John Adams Eagles. To find us, we will be on the IHSAA Champions Network at ihsaatv.org. Once you're on the website, navigate to the search bar and type in Penn Kingsman or Penn High School, and you'll find us. Kingsman can close it out right here. Looking for an NIC title right here. They're 3 outs away. It's Colton Rarick on the mound.
Number 1, Owen Balent.
Owen Balent will lead things off for the Huskies. Bottom of the 8th, Rarick deals the first pitch up and away. Ball 1. The Kingsmen, they have certainly not played their best game tonight. But it has been a gritty come-from-behind effort here as that's inside ball 2. Two 2-0 in there. 2-1. Bottom of the 8th, 7-6 Kingsmen. 2-1 to Balent. And that is low and away, 3-1. The pitch. And he walked him. The tying run is on base. St. Joe has the winning run up. It's Owen Fuda. Luke Short will be the courtesy runner as he's been all night. One on, nobody out. Rarick deals. A jam job. It's caught. They could double him up. He runs him back. Just got to throw it to Braun, and it's a double play. Oh, man. He jammed him right to Plummer, who ran him back, threw it over to Braun, and there's 2 away on a double play. He was on the move on the pitch. It looked like he had a big secondary lead if he wasn't stealing. The Kingsmen are now 2 strikes away on a swing and a miss. Two outs. Nobody on the 0-1. Oh, just missed. Gustine at the plate. 1-1. Line to right down the line. It is foul. Oh, foul by an eyelash. One strike away from an NIC title. Would be the 23rd in Coach Dykes' career. But just one swing can tie us back up. The 1-2 from Rarick. Swing and a miss. He got him swinging. And the Penn Kingsmen, for the 11th year in a row, are NIC champions. They win it 7-6. They score 4 unanswered in the final 3 innings and win it. How about it? Rarick caps the game with a curveball. Penn wins it 7-6 in extra innings. With 11 hits, they had 4 errors. St. Joe scores 6 runs on 6 hits, 1 error, and that error was the go-ahead run. Rarick gets the win. And we will step aside. We'll have game 2 for you in about 30 minutes. When we come back, the NIC champion Kingsmen look to sweep this doubleheader and have some nice momentum riding in against Fort Wayne Snider when we come back. Welcome back. Kingsman Baseball on the pennant, featuring the 2025 NIC champion Penn Kingsman as they look to go for the sweep here against the South Bend St. Joe Huskies. We're about to start game two. The lineups tonight in game number two. Penn will be the home team on the scoreboard this game instead of last game as they were the away team. Joe Washburn will lead things off at shortstop for the Huskies. A.J. Lasain follows him at third base. Owen Balent is catching. Owen Fuda in right field is batting fourth. Josiah Gustine batting fifth at first base. Brady Langanger is batting sixth. He is at second base. And Franco Biffle is the designated hitter. He is batting seventh. James Cini is in left field batting eighth. And Dallas Downey rounds out the lineup in center field. And for the Kingsmen, River Pacina is leading off in center field. Braden Plamer at shortstop. Mason Braun in right field. Bennett Harford at third. Will Barnes at first, making his return back to the lineup after the one-game suspension. Dawson French at second base. Gavin Taylor in left field. Kaiden Horvath at catcher. And Dalton Zultansky is the DH with Colton Rarick on the mound. First pitch is up and in. So Will Barnes back at first base here tonight in game number two after serving the one-game suspension for the collision at home against New Prairie when he was thrown out of the game. The 1-1 is in the dirt. It's 2-1. What a game we had there in game one. 7-6 our final. Penn coming back, scoring 4 unanswered in the last 3 innings. Broken bat. Oh my, a metal bat just broken. That's going to die in the infield. Well, that's about the first time in a high school game I've seen a bat break. That's not wood. Hit him right on the handle, and it was like a saw. That is an expensive hit. So a broken bat single. I don't think it'd be sustainable if he keeps hitting it like that all year. Joe Washburn leads off the game with a single that goes about 50 feet. Rarick deals outside 1-0 on A.J. Lasain. Lasain with 39 hits this year. It was coming into today. If I can do the math here real quick, he's got now 41 hits on the year. Or sorry, 40 hits on the year. It's 1-1 on him. There goes the runner Washburn. That's up and out. There will be no throw down. Well, for all intents and purposes, this game means relatively nothing. It's always nice to go undefeated in the NIC, but no matter what, the Penn Kingsmen are NIC champions for the 11th season in a row. Rarick delivers the 2-1, and that's fouled off. It's 2-2. Owen Balent is on deck. Here comes the 2-2 from number 22, Colton Rarick. Runner on the move. That's on the ground to third, and it was right where Hartford would have been. A run will score on the ripper down the third base line. A quick start for St. Joe as they take a 1-0 lead here in game two. Swing and a miss, strike one to Owen Balent. Runner on first, nobody out. 1-0 St. Joe. That's in the dirt and gets away from Horvath, and that'll get the runner Lasain to second. That is a wild pitch. One and one to number one. Fouled off. One and two. Rarick looks back at the runner and on his way to Balent. That skips in the dirt, and it's 2-2. Balent, a two-sport athlete, also a hockey player, defenseman for the Michiana High School Hockey League champions. Back-to-back years with the regular season title. Made a nice run to regionals this season. On the ground to short. That'll get the runner to third. Throw over from Plummer is in time, and there is one away.
Up next for the Huskies, the right fielder, number 3, Owen Fuda.
Owen Fuda coming up. He's batting .471 coming into today. The breeze getting colder and colder as we go along here. One out and a runner on third, and didn't get the call on the outside. It's ball one. An update over in softball. The Kingsmen also playing the Huskies. They're up 9-0 in game 2 of their doubleheader, which they won game 1. On the ground to third, Harford Fields throws. Good scoop by Barnes. A run will score. They get the out. So now the base is empty. It's 2-0 St. Joe. The Kingsmen in softball, in game 1, they won by 4. They needed to win by 15 or more. On the ground to second, French has got it, and that's going to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the first. St. Joe picks up 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error. And nobody stranded. We will be right back on the pennant. It's 2-0 St. Joe. And a reminder, we will have radio coverage of both the Penn baseball and softball sectionals next week, starting Wednesday at 5:30, when the Kingsmen baseball team takes on the John Adams Eagles. To find us, we'll be on the IHSA Champions Network at ihsaatv.org. Once you're on the website, navigate to the search bar and type in Penn Kingsman or Penn High School, and you'll find us. Reminder, that's 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern on Wednesday next week. River Pacina leading things off for the Kingsmen here in game number 2. It's 2-0 St. Joe. Bottom of the first, and River wastes no time, sends one to center field. Long run, that'll drop in front of him, and River's digging for 2. This will be a tight play. No, it will not. That drops in front of the center fielder, Dallas Downey, for a double to lead off the inning.
Up next for the Kingsmen, the shortstop, number 6, Braden Plamer.
Braden Plamer now. So 1 pitch and 1 double. Kingsmen with the come-from-behind effort last game to win the NIC. Plamer was a big part of it. Getting a crucial hit in the 7th inning as he takes away ball 1. Now the focus for Penn shifts to the state tournament. They've accomplished 1 goal of 4. Their goal was to win the NIC, win sectionals, win regionals, and win state. On the ground and to left for a base hit. They'll hold Pacina at third. Plamer stops at first. And it's first and third with nobody out.
The next batter for Penn, the right fielder, number 19, Mason Braun.
Here comes Mason Braun. He'll stand in with runners on the corners and nobody out. A 2-0 ball game in favor of the Huskies. Fly ball left field side into foul territory and out of play. They may have a chance going onto the track. I've always wondered if someone has hit the ball onto the track or at least into the ticket booth. I got to imagine someone's hit it into the ticket area. There goes the runner on a delayed steal. They throw down, can't make the catch, but it just stays in front of the shortstop there. That was Washburn. A confirmation from the back here in the press box that someone has cleared the ticket booth. One and one. That's outside, 2-1. Braden Shutzau is what I'm hearing. 2-1 on the ground. That's foul. Yeah, I got to imagine it would really only be a righty to hit it out there. Two, and that's up and out. 3-2. Count is full, second and third. Nobody out. Ooh, and that hit him. So he would have walked anyway, but he'll earn his way on with a hit by pitch. Base is loaded, nobody out. Here comes Bennett Hartford. First pitch to Hartford with the bases loaded and nobody out. He goes for a violent swing and missed. Oh, and 1. Another swing and a miss. Hartford wearing the full face mask tonight. He knows the wind can be deadly out there. 0-2. popped him up. Just into shallow center. Downey's got it. No one was cut off. No one cut off the throw there, but no one advanced. And there's one down, and the bases are still loaded. Here comes Will Barnes. Kingsman softball, they've just taken a 12-0 lead. That would give them the NIC crown if the game ended right there. That pitch is outside, ball one. That'd be good to hear if they can hang on to that one. They're in the top of the fifth with one out and a runner on first. They needed to beat St. Joe in both games combined by 15 or more. 15 would tie, 16 would win. That's 16 now with the 12. 2-0. Swing and a miss. Two and one. French on deck. Pitch to Barnes, and that's away. 3-1. Barnes looking to make a statement in his first game back off suspension. 3-1. Ooh, went out for it. Full count here. Up the middle. And glove by Washburn. The throw is not in time. Don't be fooled. Barnes may be big, but he's got wheels on him. He got right down that line, and it's a infield single to bring in a run. Here comes Dawson French. Pitched in game one to start. Didn't have his best stuff. Had a couple of hits. Takes a strike. Came up huge with a 2 RBI single in game one in the sixth inning to cut it to a one-run game. 0-1. That's going to go the other way. Running back on it. Diving. Can't get it. Runners had to hold. One run will score. That's Plamer. Behind him is Braun. Barnes on his way to third. French into second with a double. Fuda laid out and right and couldn't make the catch, and the Kingsmen have taken the lead 3-2. Here comes Gavin Taylor. Good piece of hitting there by French to go the other way on that one. They try and pick him off. They got him dead to rights here. And now Barnes is coming home. French is at third, and Barnes almost ran him over again. He didn't want to get another suspension now. They'll hear about that in the dugout. So French gets to third. Barnes is out at home. There's 2 outs. Someone just told the catcher he's lucky he learned. That's foul by Taylor. Yeah, Barnes, of all the players on Penn's lineup, has got to be the last guy I'd want to have a collision at home with. I don't care how much padding you got on. 0-1. That's outside. One and one on Gavin Taylor here. 2 outs, 3-2 Penn. That runs inside and low, and it's 2-1. On the ground to second. Fielded by Langanger. Throw over is in time, and that ends the inning. The Kingsmen score 3 runs on 4 hits. No errors. We head to the top of the second inning. It's 3-2 Penn. First pitch from Rarick is up and out. We're back here. Kingsman baseball on the pennant. 1-0 is inside. 2-0. 2-0. Nobody on. It's the leadoff batter here, and it's line to right. That is over the head of Barnes, and French will grab it. It's a single. So a leadoff hit for Brady Langanger. Franco Biffle coming up. He's DHing today. Two hits today for St. Joe in game 2. 2 runs. First pitch to Biffle and a swing and a miss. Rarick blows the fastball by him. It is 0-1. There's a runner on first. Rarick to home, and that is low for ball 1. 1-1 on the way. Inside, nearly hit him. Biffle's put together a nice season for a DH. 2 home runs on a .294 average. When he hits for power. And that's fouled off. It's 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Langanger on first. And there he goes. A big jump. That's way high. Throw down will not even be close. Three and two. Rarick looking right back at Langanger, who's on second now with a steal. Swing and a miss. He got him swinging.
The next batter for the Huskies, the left fielder, number 21,
James Cornetti up to bat. First pitch to Cornetti. Ooh, he jammed him too. He is getting a lot of pitches inside on the handle. He's already broken 1 bat. 0-1. That's on the ground to first. Barnes has got it, and it's his first unassisted putout back off suspension. For what it's worth.
The next batter for the Huskies, the center fielder, number 10, Downey.
2 outs now. Runner gets to third. Two outs, runner on third. Nice breaking ball, chopped down the third base line. Harford's going to let it roll, and right as it goes foul, he grabs it. Nice play. Oh, 1. Rarick, it's another slider, and it's fouled off. Oh, 2. With 2 outs, Rarick looking to get out of this inning. Upstairs. One ball, 2 strikes. Checked his swing. It gets away. He went around. Horvath will throw down. Barnes will grab it, and that ends the inning. So we go to the bottom of the second inning. It's 3-2 Penn. And Kaiden Horvath leading off here. We're in the bottom of the second inning. It's 3-2. First pitch to Kaiden is outside. It's 1-0. Congrats to the Penn softball team. They closed it out. They won their NIC conference championship today. The 1-0 to Kaiden, and that's outside. 2-0. That trips the wire. It's 2-1. That is low, and it's 3-1. Horvath back in the box. It's 3-1. That one gets away for ball 4. Horvath will run down to first and make the turn. He won't have any chance to head to second. Kyler Kazmarski will be the courtesy runner for Kaiden Horvath. Dalton Zultansky coming up to bat here. He in the 9th spot tonight. His first at bat of the game. In there for strike one. 0-1. There goes the runner. Kazmarski. The throw down is not in time. So a stolen base on strike number 2 to Zultansky. So Kyler Kazmarski on second. Zultansky at the plate. Kazmarski running. Kyler is running for Kaiden Horvath. Kyler and Kaiden. You got Zultansky and Kazmarski. All the rhyming names here. Try and pick him off, and they got him. Second time tonight they've gotten the pick off at second. He's got that quick inside move. And there's one down. One, two. Outside, 2-2. Inside, 3-2. So Zultansky's now got the bases empty and one out after the pickoff at second. Swing and a miss. He got him with the fastball. There's only 2 outs, Balent. So he'll head back behind the plate. Here comes River Pacina. He's 1 for 1 with a leadoff single back in the first inning. Plamer on deck. And is low. 1-0. That is also low. It's 2-0. Make it 3-0. Pacina has worked it to a 3-0 count. And there's a strike. Myers deals, and a check swing. He did not go. It's ball 4, and there's a runner on first with 2 outs. Here comes Braden Plamer. So Braxton Myers working with some traffic on the bases again. Braun on deck now. Plamer stands in. Try and pick him off. He's safe. Sun starting to set to our west. Wind is still very much there, unfortunately. Plamer got a hang on that one, and that's to left center. Running back, making the catch is Downey. That's a nice run out to left center. Good route to the ball, and that ends the inning. It remains 3-2 Penn. Top of the order due up here in the top of the third. It's Joe Washburn leading it off with a new bat that hopefully won't break this time. For his sake. First pitch is a breaking ball, just a bit high. Washburn, Lasain, and Balent due up in this top half of the third. It's 2-0 now as that's outside. That is low again. It's 3-0. 3-0 on the way from Rarick, and it's in there for strike one. Three-one is lined into left off the bat of Washburn, but right at Gavin Taylor in left. Ball had some good carry out to left. That's where the wind's blowing. There is one down. A.J. Lasain stands in now. He reached on air twice last game and had a hit. Rarick with the first pitch to Lasain, and that one's up and out. It's ball one. He likes to work that. He likes to work his changeup inside on righties. Or slider on the outside or curveball, whatever you'd like to call it. It's kind of a mix of both. A slurve, one might call it. 1-1. There is that slurve, just missed outside. 2-1 on the hitter here. 40 pitches for Rarick. The 2-1. He pops one foul. Rarick closed out game one to give the Kingsmen the NIC championship. It's 2-2 here. He had 97 pitches to work with in this one before he hits the limit. Misses outside, it's 3-2. He's at 42 pitches now, so you can do the math on that yourselves. 3-2 is a rocket up the middle, and that's a base hit into center field past the outstretched glove of Plamer. Pacina will get it into Plamer, and there is one away with a man on first.
Up next for St. Joe, the catcher, number 1, Owen Balent.
Here comes Owen Balent. There's one down. Rarick will lob it over to Braun, or Barnes. Braun's in right this game. Barnes back in the lineup. One out, one on. That one gets away. That's a wild pitch, and that'll get a runner to second. Lasain. It is now 1-0. The 1-0. Upstairs, 2-0. Rarick's trying to get that fastball control back under control. 2-0. Balent, the catcher, catching both games today. That's high. I think he and Horvath got to be the only two that are happy it's not too hot in all that catcher's gear. 3-0, and that's in there on the outside edge. Let's see if Rarick goes back to that change-up inside to the righty Balent. That's where he's lived all year. That's fouled off. It's now 3-2. coming off of an outing against New Prairie. Wasn't his best, wasn't his worst. He gave up his first few runs of the year. Had some control issues. 3-2 now. Some action in the Kingsman bullpen. He's got a jacket on. Can't tell who that is. Pick back to second, not in time. They had Cowum warming in game 1. I can't tell if that's him. It's not him. 3-2. Looking back at the runner, Rarick delivers. And just low. So still one out, first and second now. In a 3-2 ball game.
Courtesy runner down to first base for the Huskies, number 7, Luke Short.
Luke Short will be the runner down at first, the courtesy runner.
Number 3, Owen Fuda.
Owen Fuda now. In there for strike one. Lights have kicked on here at Greg Dykes Field. Good to have the new lights here, as did the football stadium get new lights. Same ones, pretty much. Time called here. Rarick and Horvath want to talk. Yeah, pretty much the same lights, except over at football they got the it's like yellow going down the poles. The yellow light shining down. Owen 1 here as Horvath takes his crotch behind home and Rarick back onto the bump. Fuda has been a pesky hitter to get out tonight for all the pitchers that he's faced. He goes with that slider on the outside. He gets a piece of it and fouls it off. It's 0-2. Oh, 2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Down on strikes. That gives us 2 outs and brings up Josiah Gustine.
The first baseman, number 12, Josiah Gustine.
2 outs and 2 on. Top of the third. And that one is behind Horvath. But he's able to get it back. 1-0. One ball, no strikes. Rarick looks back at the runner on second, and time is called by the batter, Gustine. Short on first. They've got Lasain on second. 2 down in the inning. And the 1-0. On the ground, right at Dawson French. He'll throw over to Barnes and end the top half of the third. We go to the bottom of the third. It is 3-2 Kingsman here on the pennant. And welcome back. Bottom of the third. Reminder, we will have radio coverage of both the Penn baseball and softball sectionals next week, starting Wednesday at 5:30 Central Time, 6:30 Eastern, when the Kingsman baseball team takes on the John Adams Eagles. To find us, we'll be on the IHSAA Champions Network at ihsaatv.org. Once you're there, navigate to the search bar and type in Penn Kingsman or Penn High School, and you'll find us. Mason Braun leads off the inning, and he's hit by the pitch. Hit him in the thigh there. So that's a leadoff man on for the Kingsmen. We're in the bottom of the third. It's 3-2 Penn. Here comes Bennett Hartford. He's playing at third tonight as he's done all season. Totals right now, Kingsmen with 3 runs on 4 hits, 1 error. St. Joe with 2 runs on 3 hits, no errors. All runs coming in the first inning. A shot to third. Oh, he had trouble with it. Lasain has to pick it up, throw over, and make the play. Could have been 2. It was hit hard to him. He is limping. I think it hit him in the foot maybe. Ooh. And in a day like tonight, oh, he's cramping. Hopefully it's just cramps. So 1 out, runner at second while we wait for the little delay here with Lasain trying to stretch out the leg. Hopefully nothing too serious. So it looks like we're good to resume play. Lasain's back up. He'll stay in the game. On a cold night like tonight, cramps cannot feel good. One out. First pitch. That's in there to Will Barnes. His buddy Mason Braun on second. French on deck. 0-1. Low and away. Good stop by Balent. 1-1. That is away, ball 2. 2-1. Braun with a decent leadoff second. Infield plays back near the outfield grass, and a nice stop there by Balent. Back to back, low and away. 3 balls, 1 strike. Barnes stands in. And he looks back at second as he steps off. He turned but didn't throw. So now we should have the 3-1 pitch on the way, and Barnes sends one to right. This will be foul out of play. Look out in the bullpen. Three and two. And that's going to run in and hit Barnes. First and second. First and second, one out after the hit batter. Dawson French stands in. Held up on it on a breaking ball that was running low. Held up for ball one. 1-0, and that is in there on the outside edge. It is 1-1. Clouds starting to roll in. Sun starting to go down. Lights being a nice use tonight. 1-1 is in there for strike two. French had an excellent game one. Game two, well, it means less. French, I'm sure, would love to have another nice game. We're in the bottom of the third. It's 3-2 Penn. The 1-2 is poked to short and grabbed by Washburn. Runners will freeze, and there are two down. They'll freeze running, and they might freeze standing in this cold. Two outs and two on. Here comes Gavin Taylor. Taylor set on the way, and that's outside. 1-0 on Gavin Taylor. 55 pitches. Up and away, and 3-2. Not 3-2. 2-0. Two and 0. Throw back. Not in time. Should be 2-0 here. Says 3-2 on the scoreboard, but I got 2-0 here. Time is called by the batter Taylor. He'll stand back in. That's outside, and it's 3-0. Umpire behind home saying 3-0. And that is in there for strike one. Three one on the way. There's ball four. So the bases are loaded with two outs. First game took 3 hours tonight. This one is not going at a much faster pace. It is at least a close game here. 3-2. Bases loaded. Kingsman looking to break it open. Kaiden Horvath staying in. And that's called a strike on the inside. Oh and 1. Bases loaded, two outs, and a foul ball back out of play. 0-2. Kyler Kazmarski in the Kingsman bullpen, it looks like. 0-2 on the way outside. 1-2. One ball, two strikes, two outs, bases loaded. On the way inside, it ran back onto the plate, but won't get the call. 2-2. It is Kyler Kazmarski in the bullpen. Just got confirmation from the amazing Dwayne, PA announcer. Try and pick him off back at first. It's now 3-2 on the pitch outside. Well, the count is full. There's 2 outs. The bases are loaded. Only thing we're missing for the backyard scenario is bottom of the ninth and Game 7 of the World Series. That is low, ball 4, and a run is walked in. 4-2. Dalton Zultansky coming up now. The wind has died down here at Greg Dicus Field. In there for strike 1. Still 2 outs. Bases are still loaded. It's now 4-2 Penn. Check swing, throw down. He did not go. Kyler Kazmarski, he can do it all. He can warm up in the bullpen. Now he's courtesy running for Kaiden Horvath. 1-1. Strike 2, strike 3 actually. That was strike 3. Everyone had 1-1 up here, but that is strike 3. So that ends the inning. We go to the top of the 4th inning. It's 4-2 Penn. They get a run on the walk-in. We'll be right back. And welcome back. It's a night of championships here around Penn, all on Penn's campus. Softball wins the NIC. Baseball won the NIC, as you saw earlier. Track just about to finish up. Penn is handily in first. They're going to advance in the sectionals. They'll win the sectionals, it looks like. And girls tennis advanced to the sectional championship. And they won. They advanced and won today, so the rain delays altered the schedule just a bit. So they're off to regionals. Rarick back to work on the mound, and the first pitch is upstairs. Brady Langanger is leading off here. The 1-0, a swing and a miss. 1-1. Drops in there, strike 2. One and two. Infield play straight up. Outfield also straight up. Checked his swing. It was inside and low, and it's 2-2. Count even at 2 apiece. 4-2 Penn leads. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Swing and a miss. He got him swinging. So 1 out, nobody on. Jacob Snider has grabbed a bat. He will hit. He did an excellent job pitching today. You know, the scorecard won't really show it. He gave up a lot of runs, but he's going to, these two lineups are some of the best in the area. And he pitched one heck of a game in a great battle. St. Joe was trying to stay in the running for the NIC. They fell in extra innings. In game 1 of this doubleheader, swing and a miss, strike 2. Oh and 2. Swing and a miss, a 3-pitch strikeout. Rarick is dialed in. He closed out game 1, and he has been locked in after that shaky first inning. 2 down.
The next batter for the Huskies, the left fielder, number 21,
James Cornetti is batting here. He's playing left field today. Played left field in game 1, left field in game 2. Funny how that works out. 1 down. Or 2 down, excuse me. Fouled off. Oh and 1. That is low, and it's 1-1 with 2 outs. And nobody on. It's been nice. The rain has held off today. It didn't want to do that either of the other 2 days these games were scheduled for, but we got them in, and it's low. It's 2-1. Got the games in. Just a couple more games left for Penn. A doubleheader against Fort Wayne Snider this weekend down in Fort Wayne, as that's bounced in there for ball 3. This will be the final game the Bennett does in this school year for regular season. We'll have all the softball, baseball state tournament for you over on ihsatv.org. That's fouled off. It's 3-2. We'll have football season for you come next year, well, next school year, in August, September, October. The 3-2 just missed for ball 4.
The next batter for the Huskies, the center fielder, number 10, Downey.
Dallas Downey coming up to bat. Got 2 outs and a runner on first. He is the tying run in the top of the 4th inning. That is low and away, and it's ball 1. Kingsman looking to cap an unbeaten NIC season. The 1-0. Low and away, 2-0. Feels different this year in the NIC, not having Jimtown and Glenn and all those teams. Clay. Unfortunate what happened to Clay High School. 2-0, that's upstairs. It's 3-0. Three balls, no strikes. That is strike 1. You know, fun fact, the pennant, well, they didn't live stream it yet, but last year got the opportunity to record the final basketball season opener for Clay High School against Penn. In there for strike two, runner went, and he got second. Three balls, two strikes, two outs. Rarick delivers a curveball, strike three. Beautiful pitch to cap off the inning. We go to the bottom of the fourth. It's 4-2 Penn. They strand the runner at second, and it remains 4-2. We'll be right back. Top of the order, due up here as the pennant brings you Kingsman baseball. River Pacina will start things off. We're in the bottom of the fourth inning. It's 4-2 Penn. Shows bunt, pops it up. It gets down in front of the catcher, Balent. He stumbles on the throw, but he still got him. That's a magnificent play on the stumble. That was a nice grab, a nice throw. Not a textbook way to have your feet work, but it works. One down. Braden Plamer up to bat. Kyler Kazmarski back to work in the Kingsman bullpen. Takes strike one. The 0-1. That is low. It's 1-1. One ball, one strike. That's back up the middle. That's a single into center field. Braden Plamer picks up another hit today. And that brings up Mason Braun with Plamer on first base. Braun will have the favorable right-handed pitcher on left-handed batter matchup here. Plamer with a good lead on first. First pitch is low and in on Mason. Plamer with about a 3-4 step lead off first. That's in the dirt. Nice block by Balent behind the plate. Can block baseballs, can block hockey pucks. 2-0. And running backs, that's true. Linebacker in football. The pickoff gets away, and Plummer's going to get second base. That'll be an error on the pitcher. E1, it goes down. And getting to second is Plamer. (2-0) on the way. Braun got under it and popped it up sky high. Third base side, foul ground. That'll get into the stands. 2-1 now. Braun back in the box. Two one. That's a shot in the left. That's down. That is in the gap. That's all the way to the wall. Plummer will score with ease. Braun rounding second, rumbling his way to third. He will be safe on a wide throw. It's 5-2 Kingsmen. That was a rocket. A skipper to the wall with one out, and it's a triple. 5-2. He goes the other way for that one. Inside, Harford almost got hit. Ball one. One and 0, one out. That gets away. Mason Braun will be safe. And they cannot believe it. That was very close. So Braun scores at 6-2 with one out and the base is now empty. Balent made a nice flip. Just Braun able to barely get in there. 2-0. On the ground to third, that's foul. And in Hartford, looks like he fouled that off his shoe top. He will walk that off, get back in the box. 2-1. Fly ball to right. Starting in and then making the catch in right field is Fuda. And there's two down. Here comes Will Barnes, still in the bottom of the fourth inning. 6-2 Kingsmen, nobody on, 2 outs for Will. Inside, that's ball one. One and 0. Pitch to Will. Swing and a high pop up. If it stays in play, Balent runs over to the dugout. Oh, and it falls in between the triangle of fielders. And it's 1-1. Barnes will hand the helmet back to Balent. 1-1 on him here. The Pennant will have all the sectional games on the radio, and then once we hit regionals for softball, that's actually here at Penn High School. We'll have video for that one if they make it. 1-1, that's outside. It's 2-1. Reminder, you can follow the Pennant social media for all the updates on our broadcasts, what's going on in the world of Kingsman sports. 2-1, base hit in the left field. Kingsmen are hitting well. They're just finding holes. If you look at this lineup, you just look at every batter, and really, all of them are tough outs to get. That's what they have worked so well on this offseason, becoming a well-rounded hitting team. Barnes on first, 2 outs. There's strike one. Dawson French stands in. The tall right-handed pitcher, second baseman, checks his swing. He went around. It's 0-2. 82 pitches here. Some action in the St. Joe bullpen. We'll let you know who that is. They're actually coming in right now. It's fouled off by French. They're walking in from the bullpen right now, St. Joe. St. Joe's side. That is That's Josh Dolniak coming in from the bullpen. 0-2 here on Frenchie. That's low and away. Braxton Myers just eating innings here for the Huskies. He's got 83 pitches. In the bottom of the fourth, he'll take a step off, regroup. Barnes gets a nice secondary lead. French turns and sends one to left, foul off the top of the shed. That's about the fourth ball he's hit out to left there, foul tonight. 1-2. French takes low and away, 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Try and pick off Barnes. He's not normally a threat to steal. Two balls, 2 strikes. There goes Barnes. I apologize for saying he's not a threat to steal. It's popped up into shallow left. Catch made by Washburn as he trips. That ends the inning. I think Will Barnes might have heard me. He took off there. He got a nice jump. Didn't matter as it was popped out. We go to the top of the 5th inning, and it's 6-2 Penn. Kyler Kazmarski onto the mound for the Kingsmen. He is pitching in relief of Colton Rarick, who did a great job getting 4 innings in for the Kingsmen. Kyler Kazmarski, the pitcher. We're in the top of the 5th inning here. It's 6-2 Kingsmen. Joe Washburn leading things off for the Huskies. He takes a called strike on the outside edge of the strike zone. 0-1 on Washburn here. He's had a frustrating night for himself. Made some nice plays defensively, though. Takes outside ball 1. One ball, 1 strike. Kaz deals, and a nice pitch for strike 2. One, two. Reached out. It's into foul ground. Long run for Bennett Hartford. He won't be able to get it. One and two. We'll do it again. Big thanks to all you guys watching tonight. We appreciate the viewership. Glad you got to see the Kingsmen clinch an NIC crown for the 11th year in a row. Looking to see the Kingsmen have another undefeated NIC season. You know, you look back, they didn't have too many undefeated NIC seasons. Granted, that was with more teams. 1-2 is outside. It's 2-2. You know, it feels weird being in the NIC. You don't got Glenn anymore. You don't got Jimtown. No Clay. No Mishawaka. But it's still a tough conference to be in. 2-2. That's low. 3-2. Three balls, two strikes. To Washburn. Kazmarski delivers. And that's ball 4. It's a leadoff walk. Here comes A.J. Lasain. He's batting second this inning. He was batting second this lineup. He's a third baseman tonight. He's a dangerous hitter. 31 RBIs this season. That's fouled off. 0-1. Lasain has had a nice day. He's reached twice on an error. Couple hits in game 1. Another hit today in game 2. 0-1. There goes the runner, Washburn. Pitches outside. It's swung on and missed. Throw down is not in time. It's a stolen base for Washburn. 0-2 on Lasain, though. I went 2 to Lasain. Washburn with a good leadoff second. With his speed, he should score on a single in the outfield. And then Kazmarski will step off. Oh, 2. That is spiked in the dirt. Oh, look out, Lasain. That popped up, hit him in the face. They'll shake it off. It's 1-2 now. One ball, two strikes. Lasain watching and waiting for his pitch from Kyler Kazmarski. And Kaz deals. Up and in, it's 2-2. Another big congratulations to the boys track team, sectional champions, moving on to the regional round. Good luck to them. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Kaz gets him with the breaking pitch to the outside, and there's one down. Comes Owen Balent. One on, one out. It's Washburn on second. Balent ready to go. Kaczmarski, a long pause between pitches. Now there goes the runner. Washburn down to throw. Thrown on by Horvath is not in time. It's a stolen bag of third. The pitch was inside. It's 1-0. One and 0. There's one out. And that is low. It's 2-0. Kaczmarski seeming to be a little lost from the strike zone right now. 2-0. Some dedicated fans that have stuck out this one through the cold. 2-0. That brushes him way off the plate there. Just had to dance out of the way of that one. 3-0. There are blankets plenty in the bleachers. 3-0. And that's called a strike on the outside. Yeah, this is certainly no Warm Springs day. I was told in late May it should be 70 and sunny. 3-1 is outside, and it's ball four, and it's first and third with one out. Going to get a mound visit here. Got some action in the Kingsman bullpen. They smartly have a jacket on. It looked like that was Cowum. It is Emerson Cowum. Confirmation from PA announcer, the great Dwayne. St. Joe came into this one, the number 2 team in 3A. Penn came in as the number 1 in 4A. One out, first and third. Whoa, look out. Fuda has to tumble out of the way. One and 0. That's low. 2-0. Washburn trying to get in the line of sight of pitcher Kaczmarski. 2 balls, no strikes. There goes the runner from first. Fly ball left field down the line. Foul. Just down the line. Just a long strike. A dangerous strike. Two balls, one strike now. Righty on righty matchup here. Kaczmarski looking to get some help here. He wouldn't mind a double play here. He's been able to get the fastball by a couple hitters so far. He goes with the off speed, gets him to swing and miss. They tried to back pick at first. It's 2-2. Two balls, two strikes. Runners at the corners. Fouled off. A long inning here in the top of the fifth. Two and two. There goes the runner from first. That one gets away from Horvath. They'll hold Washburn at third. Getting to second is Balent. That'll go down as a stolen base. It's 3-2. Time is wanting to be called by Fuda, but it will not be granted. That is low. Just barely. Fuda even had to look back and see if it really was. And he's walked the bases loaded. The tying run is at the plate in the form of Josiah Gustine. He stands in with one out and the bases loaded, representing the tying run on the top of the fifth. Swing and a miss. Corners will come in. Middle infield playing for the double play, as expected. Any ground ball to Barnes or Bennett will be coming home. 0-1. Just missed low. 1-1. One and one. That is called a strike. Nice pitch. 1-2, 1 out now. A very nice pitch there from Kazmarski. Getting that breaking ball away from righties. That's been working for him. Outfield playing no doubles. Time called. One and two. To number 1-2. Fly ball left center. Taylor's back in the gap. He makes the catch. A run will come in to score. It's 6-3. Advancing to third was Balent. Balent scored. Advancing to third was Fuda. So now 2 outs, first and third. Here's Langanger. The St. Joe team, they're gearing up for a deep state run themselves. They're running into a pretty hot Penn team, though, tonight. They've already won one state championship this year as their school in boys basketball. That was quite the state championship game. Gnesny with the putback dunk off the inbound to win it for him. That one missed outside for ball one. Runner from first takes off. There will not be a throw down to second as it was very far inside. It's 2-0 now. So now second and third. Two and 0. And that is also low, and Horvath has got to retrieve it. 3-0. Cowham still warming in the pen. Pretty sure it's going to be, after this batter, this one might be it for Kazmarski. Unless they are really just counting on him to get out of this inning. Throw to third. He threw it wide. That'll be an error. 2 runs are going to score. It's 6-5. 2-run score on the errant pickoff. 6-5 our score now with the bases empty. And it's still a 3-0 count. Not sure why our scoreboard said 6-0 there for a second, but the real score is 6-5. 3-0, 2 outs, nobody on. There's ball 4. And that looks like that'll be all for Kazmarski. They made the step up the dugout. They're going to let him go. They're motioning Cowham in, I think, from the bullpen.
The next batter for St. Joe and pinch hitting, number 23, Joe Fox.
Joe Fox has grabbed a bat to pinch hit. He's got a runner on first with 2 outs. Cowham is coming in from the bullpen. They're going to let Kaz go, maybe one more batter. Coach on the top step of the dugout. Just missed outside. One and 0. That is going to miss just low. 2 and 0. We've passed the 10 o'clock mark. Still in the top of the 5th. 2-0 on the way. And that's in there for strike 1. Thank you guys for staying up with us tonight. It's been a long couple of games here. It was a nice evening to play 2. It's turned into a nice night to play 2. It's 2-1. Tried to pick him off. Didn't go. 2-1. Some MLB news. The former MVP Ronald Acuna Jr. is going to make a return back from ACL surgery. Good for the Braves. Runner goes, throw down. Not. He would have been out if they kept the ball, but it popped out of his glove as the leg of Langanger went in and knocked it out. It was a strike, though. It's 2-2. Kaz just trying to get out of this inning here. 6-5 our score. Tying run now in scoring position. 2-2, 2 outs. On the way. Look out. 3-2. Nearly hit him. Prolonged inning here for the Kingsmen. 3-2, 2 outs. Time is granted to the batter here, Fox. Kazmarski comes set, 3-2. 2 outs, runner at second. On the way. Fouled off. We'll do it again. Energy in both dugouts says. And very high all night long. 3-2. Takes a call. Third strike. And we head to the bottom of the 5th. Finally, a long inning there for St. Joe. They pick up 3 runs. It's a 1-run game. When we come back, the Kingsmen look to get those runs back. New pitcher into the game for St. Joe. It's Josh Dolniak leading off the inning for the Kingsmen. First pitch, it's Gavin Taylor. A swing and a miss. It's strike one. We're in the bottom of the fifth inning here. Kingsmen up 6-5. Glad you could join us on a nice night for some baseball. Game 2 of this doubleheader. Kingsmen already took game 1 to win the NIC for the 11th year in a row. It's inside. It's 1-1. Dolniak works out of the stretch like most relievers do nowadays. They don't do any windup. The 1-1 is popped up back of home. Balent won't even drop his helmet for some style points. Excuse me, that's a new catcher. I'm crazy here. That's an out. That is a new catcher. I apologize. That's Gustine. Gustine and Balent flip-flopped. So Gustine is now the catcher, and Balent is the first baseman. And there's one down and nobody on for Kaiden Horvath. Kaiden takes first pitch. That is outside, ball one. Not a lot of first pitch strikes from either these last two pitchers here. These hitters have been working counts deep. 1-0, foul tipped. 1-1. One and one. It's on the way. To right, but foul. One ball, two strikes. Brody Cashin has grabbed the bat. He's in the on-deck circle. 1-2, just missed. 2-2. Two balls, two strikes, one out. On the way. Fouled off. Look out. That's why you wear helmets. Wind has certainly died down, and I don't think anyone's unhappy with that. What little wind there is left in the day, it's pushing out to left. Two to Kaiden. That's high. 3-2. Three, 2. And that's ball four. Another walk. Here comes Brody Cashin. Charbonneau is the courtesy runner at first. Brody Cashin will pinch hit for Dalton Zultansky. He stands in with one out and a runner on first. First pitch to Brody Cashin. That is in the dirt. And it's ball one. One and 0. Looks back at the runner. Comes set and delivers. That's fouled off. Count is even at one apiece. There's one out, and guess what? There's one runner on first. There goes the runner from first. That is high. The throw down is high. A good backup job He tried to deke him. It's now 2-1. 2 balls, 1 strike to Brody Cashin. He's been in a relatively backup role this year. Gotten some at-bats. He fouls off that one right off the support pole on the fence. It's 2-2. Two and two. Cashin takes his step back into the box. Pacina is on deck. What a day he's had. 2-2. That's fouled off. Two balls, 2 strikes. Pitch to Cashin. And he takes a call at strike 3. There's 2 down. For the hockey fans out there, 4-0 Panthers in the third period of that Eastern Conference final game. Poor Hurricanes fans. Could be 14 straight Eastern Conference final game losses. NBA 70-63 Thunder over the Wolves. 2 outs, runner on second. Pacina takes a called strike low and away. Nice pitch there. Caught that corner. It's 0-1 to him. 6-5 our score. It's a 1-run game. Kingsman would like to get this run in from second. It's Charbonneau on second. It's popped up behind home and out of play. There are 2 strikes. Pacina's been the man to get that contact play in. Just get his bat on the ball, find a hole in the infield, plop one in the outfield, something. Get that hit, get the run in. He's done a great job of that this year. We'll see if he can continue that. Normally a pretty good 2-strike hitter. Here's the 0-2. Checked his swing. Did he go? He did not. It's 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Here comes the 19th pitch of the outing. It's fouled off. Mason Braun with the baseball retrieval skills there. Getting them in from their crowd there. Still 1-2. Pacina stands back in. He's ready to go. He's geared up. 1-2. That's low and away. Nice stop by Gustine, who was filling in for Balent behind the dish. Balent taking over at first base. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner on second. That is low, ball 3. And another full count. Seen a lot of full counts tonight. Pacina is back and ready to go there. Trying to hold him on at second. Swing and a fly ball to left. He will camp under it and make the catch. Hit it pretty well, but right at the left fielder, Cini. That ends the 5th inning. We go to the top of the 6th. Our score, 6-5, Kingsman. Welcome back. We're in the top of the 6th inning here. First pitch. That is low, ball 1. Kazmarski still out on the mound. Langanger in the box here. Excuse me, not Langanger. I'm losing my mind out here. Swing and a miss. 1-1. It's Luke Short in the box. He's pinch hitting. It's now 2-1. 2-1. That's fouled off. Two didn't get the call. It's 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. And that's ball 4. So another leadoff walk. That'll be it for Kyler Kazmarski. They will bring in Emerson Cowham. And we'll step aside while he warms up. Emerson Cowham into the game. They got a runner on first and nobody out. Dallas Downey up. He's the center fielder. Squares the bunt, pulls back, and that just missed high. Reminder, we'll have radio coverage of both the Penn baseball and softball sectionals next week, starting Wednesday at 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern, when the Kingsman baseball team takes on the John Adams Eagles. To find us, we'll be on the IHSAA Champions Network at ihsaatv.org. Once you're on the website, navigate to the search bar and type in Penn Kingsman or Penn High School, and you'll find us. That was strike 1. The 1-1 is outside. It is 2-1. Runner on first. He takes off. Horvath throws down, and it's off the glove of Plummer, and it's 3-1. Three and one. To say this hasn't been a marathon of a couple games, I'd be lying. Game 1 was just a little over 3 hours. That is ball 4. Nobody out first and second. The tying run is on second. The go-ahead run on first. Joe Washburn, the top of the order, is up. And game 1 was just a little under 3.5 hours, just between, probably, I think it was about 3 hours, 15 minutes. This one started just after 8. That's a bunt down the third baseline, perfectly placed, but it just rolls foul. Smart play by Harford, letting it roll, getting a foul, and grabbing it while it was in foul territory. 0-1. First and second, 0-1. Washburn back in the box. The lefty hitter on the righty pitcher squares the bunt, pulls back, pitches inside. It's ball 1. Surprisingly, we have not really seen any bunts tonight. These two teams, they like to manufacture runs, but the bunt hasn't really been in play too much tonight. They've tried. They've just gone foul. 1-1. Squares the bunt, gets it down. Just as I say the words, it goes foul again. It's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two strikes on Washburn. He stands in. Nobody out, first and second. Lined and into center for a base hit. Man at second had to hold for a moment to make sure it was going to drop. So the bases are loaded with nobody out, and St. Joe is threatening here.
The next batter for the Huskies, the third baseman, number 11, A.J. Lasain.
A.J. Lasain will stand in. Cowum deals, and it is just low. 1-0. Top of the 6th inning here. 6-5 Penn. That's away. It's 2-0. St. Joe bench trying to urge on a comeback here. Kingsman led. They've led for most of this game. It's now ball 3. It's 3-0. Kingsman pitchers tonight, they have just thrown a lot of balls. Credit to St. Joe. They've had great takes this game. I think both pitchers, there have been a lot of balls between both teams as there's strike 1. I think they've kind of been getting squeezed a little bit tonight. Both teams. Harrison Huck is going down to the bullpen for the Kingsmen. 3-1. Swing and a fly ball. This is in foul ground. Will Barnes is over. Makes the catch. Got to watch home. He does. He'll just run the ball back into the infield. And there's the first out of the inning.
Next batter for the Huskies,
Trying to get out of this jam now.
Owen Balent.
Needed that first one. They get Lasain out. Owen Balent coming to the plate. One out, bases loaded. First pitch. And that's low. Another first pitch ball. 1-0. Cowum deals on the ground, foul down the third base line. Owen Balent, number 1 at the plate. It's 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Bases loaded. 6-5, Kingsmen lead. Callum deals. Checks his swing. He went around. 1-2. Callum is set. Here comes the 1-2. On the ground. Fielded. Plummer. No one's going to be out. He hit it softly enough they couldn't turn 2. And he's got enough speed to get down the line at first. And everyone's safe. We're tied at 6. And the bases are still loaded.
The next batter for St. Joe, right fielder, number 3, Owen Fuda.
Here comes Owen Fuda. Bases loaded, 1 out, 6-6 game. Swing and a miss. Owen 1. Inside edge, called a strike. That was a nice pitch. And it's 0-2. Callum is set, and the 0-2 on the way. Called, strike 3, a big strikeout there. 2 down, and the base is still loaded. Josiah Gustine coming up.
Number 12, Josiah Gustine.
Two outs. Infield play straight up now. Outside, ball 1. One and 0, 2 outs. Callum delivers. That is low, 2-0. Two balls, no strikes. Bases loaded, 2 outs. That gets away, and St. Joe's going to take the lead. And it is 7-6, St. Joe. St. Joe has scored 5 unanswered runs. 3-0. Gustine takes a called strike. Huck is still warming in the bullpen for the Kingsmen. Up the middle, and it's going to be through for a hit. 2 runs are gonna score. It's airmailed but to the fence. Getting the second is Gustine, and it's 9-6 St. Joe. And that's just their 5th hit of the night.
The next batter for St. Joe, the second baseman, number 9, Brady Langanger.
9 runs on 5 hits. 3 errors for the Kingsmen. I've lost count of the walks. Two outs.
Running down at second base is number 14, Ethan Zalpatin.
Brady Langanger at the plate. Takes a called strike. Oh, 1. Callum deals. And that's in there for strike 2. Just looking to get out of this inning. The Kingsmen are going to have a couple of chances to try and come back. 0-2. if they still have hands in this cold. That's low, ball one. Since that sun has gone down, the temperature has plummeted to a nice and warm 47 degrees. 1-2. Into right. It's down. Braun has got it. He's got a pretty good arm. It's cut off by Barnes. Relay. Oh, and it gets away, but Callum backs it up, and it's 10-6 St. Joe. They had a chance to get him with a good throw to home. Would have had to have been perfect. 10-6 St. Joe. They've scored 5 runs in the top of the 6th.
The next batter for the Huskies, number 23, Joe Fox.
Joe Fox now stands in. There's strike one. It has been a nightmare inning for Callum. Low, ball one. One and one. Some conversation here. One and one. Thankfully, the wind has died down here. 1-1. And that's in there for strike two. Callum a strike away from getting out of this inning. Kingsman down 4. Try and pick him off. Didn't go. One, two. Runner on the way. Check swing. He went. It was called strike 3 anyway. So that ends the inning. We go to the bottom of the 6th. St. Joe plates 5 in their half of the 6th. The Kingsmen are going to have a comeback effort if they want to win this one. They're down 10-6 when we come back.
Score at the end of 5.5. Now reads St. Joe 10 and Penn 6. Leading off the bottom of the 6th inning for Penn, the shortstop, number 6, Braden Plamer.
Braden Plamer to lead things off here. We're in the bottom of the 6th inning. Ball one to Plamer here. 1-0. Leadoff hitter. Swing and a miss. Kingsmen trail it 10-6. We're in the bottom of the 6th. Penn trying to come back again. They came back in game 1 to win it in the 8th inning. 1-1. Hits one in the air to right. This is drifting into foul territory, and it will drop safely as a strike. Josh Dolniak at 25 pitches. Working in relief. He's in line for the win. Plamer will step back into the box here in a moment. Kingsmen need base runners here. A home run's nice, but a base runner to start a rally would be, one might say, better. That's if you can start that rally, though. 1-2. That's low. Good take. 2-2. That leadoff hitter is so important, and this inning especially is important because they've got their number 2 hitter up here. Next inning, you're going to probably have towards the bottom of your order up. 3-2 on Plamer. So if there is an inning, this is probably the one. Not saying they can't come back in the 7th if they go 1-2-3 here, but a lot less likely. 3-2. There's the leadoff man on. It's ball 4. Here comes Mason Braun. Look for him to try and go the other way again. He's had some success with that earlier in this game, a double in the left center. Man on first, nobody out. Takes away ball 1. Bennett Harford on deck. The Killer Bees reunited. Braun, Bennett, and Barnes. Barnes back in the lineup here for game 2. That's outside. It's 2-0. Braun comes ready to go. Dolniak ready. 2-0. Outside, it's 3-0. On Mason Braun. Got to imagine they're going to be careful in this at bat. And he does not give in. It's ball 4. And back-to-back walks for the Kingsmen. They got something brewing now. Here comes Bennett Harford. In a 10-6 ball game. So Bennett Harford will be up. We got a mound visit here. Will Barnes is on deck. Plamer on second. Braun on first. Braun giving him a scouting report there. So Dykes also talking some strategy there. Braun will trot back over to first. Harford back up. First pitch to Harford, and that's up and out. Ball 1. No action in the St. Joe bullpen. Looks like that's still Huck out there in the Kingsman bullpen. 1-0 on Bennett Harford. Breaking pitch inside, 2-0. Barnes just tossed a ball back down to the bullpen that escaped from the bullpen on a wild pitch down there. A nice throw. Hopped it right back to the bullpen. The 2-0. Fly ball high in the air to left center. Long run. They converge, and coming away with it is Downey. Tagging and heading to third is Plamer. Braun holds at first. It's a high fly ball, but it isn't out. First and third, one out. Sounded good off the bat.
The next batter for Penn, the first baseman, number 18, Owen Balent.
Let's see if Barnes can't just poke one in that right center field gap. Big gap on the right side of the infield. Look for him to try and go the other way here. He likes to use all fields. Gets more power to the pole side, but he can get some hard hit ones when he reaches out, gets those arms extended, and poke it to right. It's low and in, ball one. First and third, one out. 1-0 to Barnes. Swinging a fly ball to left center. Going back to the warning track. It falls in between them. It bounces up against the wall. Plamer is in. Braun to third. Barnes into second. And the tying run will come to the plate. That's back-to-back deep fly balls to left center. That one fell between Downey and Cini. And Dawson French comes to the plate. Second and third, it's 10-7. French can tie it with a swing of the bat. He can get it to a one-run game with a hit. Outside, but he gets the call. Caught the outside edge of the strike zone there, 0-1. 10-7 our score here. Kingsman trying to battle back. Breaking pitch inside. It is 1-1. Easton McFarland in the bullpen for the Huskies. 1-1. That's hit well to center. Downey running over to the right. He makes the catch. Tagging is Braun. He'll score. It's a two-run game. So French does his job. Here comes Gavin Taylor. 10-8. He can tie the game with a swing of a bat. He can make it a one-run game with a hit, just like French. This time the sack flies out of play. But Taylor, he can sure get a hit. See, he likes to pull this down the third base line. First pitch. Oh, he got under it and popped it up, but it will get out of play. Ooh. And at the bleachers. All right, we apologize. We just missed quite the play. Kaiden Horvath just hit one out to deep left field off the wall. Taylor tried to score from first. He was tagged out at home. So it's 10-9 going to the top of the seventh. We apologize. Another internet issue there. But we do apologize. The score is 10-9. A great throw from left field. Cini into home. Man, what a play. Harrison Huck has entered the game. The score is 10-9. We'll step aside for a moment and be right back. All right, we welcome you back. More internet issues, but hopefully we've rectified the problem here. Harrison Huck onto the mound. A reminder, we will have radio coverage of both the Penn baseball and softball sectionals next week, starting Wednesday at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central, when the Kingsman baseball team takes on the John Adams Eagles. To find us, we'll be on the IHSAA Champions Network at ihsaatv.org. Once you're on the website, navigate to the search bar, type in Penn Kingsman or Penn High School, and you'll find us. We are rolling up on the 6-hour mark of our broadcast tonight. Our scoreboard's still down. We'll fix that when we get there. It's 10-9 our score. We're in the top of the 7th. A swing and a miss. Strike one. And Harrison Huck, he's got the first pitch strike. We haven't seen that too much tonight. Luke Short is the batter here. 0-1. That is low, ball one. Huck deals the 1-1, and it's chopped foul. It's been quite the night to be a pitcher if you like being in the game, because if you are a pitcher, you've probably been in the game. 1-2. Huck delivers the 1-2, and a swing and a miss, strike three. That's a good sign for Huck. Normally, it's if he can get that first batter, he's on. If he can't, he kind of gets in his head sometimes. But now, he's got that first batter. He can be dangerous when he's got that confidence. It's a one-run game. He'd like to keep it that way. One out, top of the 7th. That one gets outside. It's 1-0. It has been a long day for these players. They come from school to the dugout to a 6 hours of a couple of games. That's outside 2-0. But those guys, when they are out of here, they might grab a bite to eat and hop in the bed. 2-0. Base is empty, 1 out. 2-0. That's high, 3-0. Huck seems like he kind of overthrew that last fastball. Let's see if he can dial back in. Facing Dallas Downey. 317 average, center fielder in there for strike one. That one was where it needs to be. Anything low in the zone, St. Joe's had some trouble with. Here's the 3-1. Oh, and a jam job up the middle. Hops spinning. Plummer grabs it. And a great play by Braden Plamer. Oh, man. He had to dodge back to his right to grab that ball as it was spinning just in front of the bag. And then he makes the throw across to Barnes, and there's 2 away. What a play. Joe Washburn coming up to bat. (10-9) our score. St. Joe leads. We're in the top of the 7th. Huck deals. Strike one. No balls, 1 strike. Huck delivers again. Popped foul out of play. McFarland still warming in the bullpen for St. Joe. They've got a whole army of protection out there. 3 defenders of the flying baseball into their bullpen out in the open there. 0-2. Upstairs, 1-2. A little quick on the release there. I'm no pitching expert, but I try and seem like I'm one. The 1-2. And that curveball slipped out of his hands. 2-2. At the plate, number 2, Joe Washburn. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, bases empty. Two. And a swing and a miss. Down goes Washburn. Huck with a nice end of the inning there. We go to the bottom of the 7th. One last chance for the Kingsmen to try and keep their unbeaten NIC season alive. And welcome back to Penn, bringing you Kingsman baseball. What could be the final inning of this regular season? We're in the bottom of the 7th. The Kingsmen trail 10-9. Brody Cashin coming up to bat. Facing Josh Dolniak for another inning of work. He's at 45 pitches. First pitch, he squares the bunt. He gets it down. Right back to Dolniak. Cashin flying down the line, but he will not get there in time. The throw over to Balent. There's one away. Here comes the top of the order. One out, River Pacina. He can tie the game with one swing. Plummer is on deck. Braun follows him. River Pacina stands in. First pitch. Breaking ball inside, ball 1. 1-0 to Pacina. And the pitch. Line to left. That's down. That is grabbed. Pacina digging for second. He's got a good arm, but it won't be good enough. It's a 1-out double. The tying run is in scoring position. This team will not stop. Here comes Braden Plamer. One out runner on second. River Pacina on second. First pitch. Oh, and it hits him. Here comes Mason Braun. First and second, the winning run on first, the tying run on second, and Mason Braun is at the dish. This will get you out of your seat. So a ground out, a double, a hit by pitch. And here comes Mason Braun in a 10-9 game. That's in there for strike 1. Oh and 1. Pitch to Braun. Swinging a fly ball. Right field. Hit pretty well, but this will be caught. Tagging is Pacina to third. There's 2 out. Just under it a tad. The launch angle just a bit too high. He'll remember that. It's all up to Bennett Hartford. On deck is Will Barnes. He stands in with a tying run on third. The winning run on first. Hartford into the box. And the pitch. Breaking ball, high ball 1. One and 0. Hartford ready. Good lead off first. That's low. Good block. A pass ball could tie this game. That's why getting him over to third was so important by Braun. 2-0. Two and 0, 2 outs. That is low. 3-0. A walk would put the winning run at second, meaning a hit could win the game. Three and 0. Ball 4. He walked him on 4 straight. Bases loaded. 2 outs. Bottom of the 7th. Winning run on second. Tying run on third. Will Barnes could win it right here. Plamer on second. Pacina on third. Pinch runner for Hartford. It is... That was number 20. That's Dahmers.
Running down to first base, number 20 is Dahmers.
Barnes stands in with 2 outs. First pitch. That's low and away. A walk would tie this game. 1-0. 1-0. The pitch. Swing, and he was early on it. It's 1-1. He was looking to deal damage with that swing. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. The pitch. Outside, 2-1, a nice take. It's very easy to overhype yourself and start chasing. He's keeping a level head. It's 2-1. 3-1. And now a hitter's count, and he probably has to give in to him here. Don't want the winning run on third. Don't want to walk in a tying run either. 3-1. Here's the pitch. Oh, and it's fouled off, and the count is full. 3-2. 2 outs. Bottom of the final inning. The bottom of the 7th. Pacina on third. Bases loaded. Three balls, 2 strikes. Barnes is ready. Ball 4. He walks him. We're tied. Barnes outweighted him. Barnes stood in that box and said, "This at bat is mine." And he's tied the game with a walk. It's 10-10 in the bottom of the 7th. Here comes Dawson French with a chance to win it. We're either going to extras or it's over right here. Swings and misses at strike 1. Oh, 1. up the middle, and is gloved. He stumbled, he's safe, and the Kingsmen win it. They come from behind again, and they sweep the Huskies out of Greg Dykes Field and win it 11-10. A walk-off infield single for none other than Dawson French, and the Kingsmen complete the undefeated NIC season. They finish their conference season with just one loss coming out of conference. They'll have 2 games this weekend in Fort Wayne, a doubleheader on Saturday. We won't have that game for you, but what 2 amazing games we had here. Thank you all for watching tonight. We apologize for all the technical difficulties we had, but the Kingsmen come from behind to win it 11-10 in a thriller. They win it big here. And a reminder, our next broadcast will be on IHSAATV.org. What a game tonight. You go to IHSAATV.org, you'll go to the search bar, you'll type in Penn High School or Penn Kingsman, or Penn Kingsman at South Penn Adams, whatever you want to call it. And you'll find us there, as long as it's not the Regional Radio Sports Network. That's obviously the Regional Radio Sports Network. But that's a wrap on the final regular season game of the year. We hope you can join us for that sectional game and all the sectional games over on IHSA TV, Kingsman Baseball and Softball. But before we go, a huge thank you to all our people behind the scenes who make everything that we do possible. Our technical directors, Cohen Schiffs and CJ Vantine. Camera operators, Nate Tingle and Harley Kent. And the people on the mic with me this season, Nate Zizzo, Danny Morton, Ben Gallagher, all of you guys have been great. And nothing that we do would be not at all possible without you guys helping out. And also, huge thank you to our official scorekeepers and PA announcer, Dwayne and them over there. To my right in the press box here, they do a great job at what they do, and none of our scoring would be possible without them. They point out to me who's warming up in the bullpen, so thank you to them. Thank you to our people behind the scenes, and we hope you can join us Wednesday for the first round of the sectional tournament at 6:30 Eastern, 5:30 Central on IHSATV.org. But until then, I'm James Mason. Thanks for watching, and have a nice night.